I'd like to call this January the 12th, 2026 Town Council meeting into order. Be looking to go in closed session pursuant to 143, 318.11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointment, or condition of initial employment of an individual public officer or an employee or a prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual public officer or employee. Do I have a motion to go in closed session? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
like to welcome everybody to the January 12th, 2026 council meeting. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, thank everybody for coming out tonight. We will now be having our invocation and prayer.
Will you pray with me? God of us all, as we begin this new year and gather with this newly seated council, we pause to give you thanks. Thanks for the gift of another year. Thanks for new beginnings. Thanks for the opportunity to serve and to be served. Thank you for the blessing of this life and this remarkable community whose beauty continually reminds us that you are the source of all things that are good. In the wisdom of Scripture, O God, you remind us that governing authorities are entrusted with responsibility, not for power, but for the promotion of peace and order and justice. And so with that understanding, we lift our mayor, our city staff, and especially this council as it begins its work together. Grant them, we pray, wisdom for the challenges and the decisions that lay ahead, humility and discernment to recognize the true needs of all the people they serve, a commitment to justice, fairness, and integrity, courage to do what is right even when it is difficult, respect and unity that differing perspectives may lead to thoughtful, productive collaboration, and balance and peace, that their service may be marked both by diligence and by joy. God, we ask your blessing upon the agenda before us today and upon this year ahead. May the work that's begun here contribute to the flourishing of all who are blessed to live in, to work in, and to visit our beloved Sunset Beach. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
Does any member of a council have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest in regards to any item on the agenda tonight? If so, please state at this time. Ms. Christie?
No.
Sean?
No, sir.
No.
No.
All right, good deal. Moving on. Approval of draft agenda. Couple of things, guys, that I want to note before we start looking at moving A6 off the agenda tonight, as that stuff is not completely written yet. We will revisit that on February the 2nd. With 8-7 closed meeting minutes from 12:10. We'll be moving that one to February the 2nd as it needs to be completed. Looking at moving 13-2, which is on our, let's see here. This is the one in regards to this is the advertising in the public hearing as far as the UDO thing. Moving that from 13.8 up to 13.2, just shifting everything back. And also 13.11, which is the audit presentation, moving that to 13.3. Does any member of council have anything else with the draft agenda? Anything need to be changed? Any questions? If not, do I have a motion to approve the draft agenda?
Motion to approve the draft agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. General council discussion. Does any member of council have anything they'd like to discuss?
Mr. Mayor, go ahead, Ms. Batchelor.
I would like to thank Kimberly as well as Katie for working on the portal that has been opened up to the community. We had in the last month 74 portal comments, which included comments on a range of items within the town. Lots for us to think about. It's been wonderful to hear from so many, and many included documents as well as photos in that portal. And Kimberly jumped right on that. Katie and I met with her a few times and she took off running with it. And I feel like that's going to be a big asset for us going forward to get residents' comments and actually be able to track them and even send stuff out to the different department heads so they can see your thoughts and on different topics. So thank you, Kimberly, for all of that hard work.
Anyone else?
I'd like to say a few things.
Go ahead, ma'am.
we all have had a change in our staff, and I'd like to, on behalf of our council, thank Chief Claymire for his loyalty to the town, his dedication, his quick response. Thank you so much for your integrity. We also know that we have other staff members who have had to pick up the ball and run with it, so to speak, and we thank those special individuals that we have on staff. We know that some of them didn't know what to expect from us, but we are very supportive of the work that you all do, and we thank you all for that. In particular, Ms. Batchelor just recognized Ms. Rigsby, but we also had a presentation last week from our finance director, and we heard a lot of positive things from our community, and we just wanted to thank her for stop, dropping, and rolling and doing that off the cuff. It was very, very good. Just want to make mention of something that you may have read in the newspaper. At our first council meeting, we approved a resolution that opposed the intra-basin transfer of water. Don't know if you all know what that means, but there's a community called Fuquay-Varina. It's in Wake County. Wake County's like where Raleigh is, so it's far away. They get their water from the Neuse River Basin. We get our water from the Cape Fear River Basin. They asked for a little over 6 million gallons of water per day to be transferred from our river basin to their river basin with no plan to transfer it. Our council, at our last council meeting, we had a resolution. Also want you to know that I serve on the town as representative for our Council of Governments. It's a regional Council of Governments. It encompasses 4 counties. We also have opposed the intra-basin transfer of water. I've asked our town administrator to work with our HOAs. We have a lot of HOAs from Cape Side to the Regency, several in Sea Trail. We have the villas. We have Windfall. We just have a lot of different HOAs, and we've asked that they also work with their communities to have a resolution to oppose this. It's very serious to our environmental quality of our water and to our water pressure. So with that, just wanted to give everybody an update on that. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? All right. This was not in here. Unfortunately, it was left off our agenda, but it definitely needs to be brought out. As far as coming out of closed session, I'm going to do it here in this general council because it is a general council discussion. Coming out of the closed, there was 2 actions that have been taken. The town council has requested that we will be looking for a full-time code enforcement person. That should be out in the next 2 weeks. We'll be sending out the advertisements from the town administrator's office. And also, Ken Claymore will be serving as town clerk as we go forward now, just like the past did. It was like that, and he got it okay on everything, so that's where we'll be going for that. That's what come out of closed session tonight. Anybody got anything else? If not, we'll move on to public comments on agenda items. If anybody would like to make any comments on an agenda item only, they're welcome to come forward now. You know the roll. 3 minutes. Yes, sir. Come on up. 3 minutes. I'll start it. Just that way we can make sure everybody gets to speak if they need to. State your name and your address, please, sir. Thank you.
My name is John Farrell. I live at 624 Oyster Bay Drive, Sunset Beach. One of your agenda items is to review and approve a proposal made by Coastal Protection Engineering for phase 2 of engineering work on the Palm Cove dredging project. And I want to stand in support of that. Not only is that important to Palm Cove, but the results of that study will add a lot of new information to the Jinks Creek and Tubbs Inlet study that the ERC has been doing for the last 3 years. So I hope you approve that.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on agenda items only? Last call. There's not anybody in the back but our staff, correct? I'm checking. Just staff. Okay, good deal. All right, thank you all. We're moving on to our consent agenda, monthly reports. From our staff, our 2025 November the 10th draft meeting minutes, our 2025 11/11 draft meeting minutes, 2025 12/1 draft meeting minutes, 2025 12/10 draft meeting minutes. Does any member of council have any questions for any of the staff or in regards to any of these draft meeting minutes? Not, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving on now. We'll go to the town administrator report. Go ahead, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem Bordeaux stated about the staff. And I've been with the town now. I'm in my 9th year, and I've served as your police chief that entire time. I've worked closely with a lot of the staff members, but not until I took the role as an interim town administrator did I realize how important each of the roles that we have in Sunset Beach are. And if it were not for the cooperation of some of the administrative staff, I would be drowning in this role. So my hands off to them. They've really helped me along. I've mentioned to a couple people in the month that I've been doing this, it's been like drinking from the fire hose. So I have a staff report here that is lengthy, but I'm going to try to shoot through it in the essence of time. First, I'd like to note that as of January 5th, 2026, Town Hall is no longer closing for lunch from noon to 1. Town Hall is going to remain open from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, excluding holidays. A change that's coming soon is during COVID, we changed the flow of the building. That the building and inspection side of the business of the town hall rather was an exit, and entry was mainly on the town hall and police department side. We have some new signage that's ordered, and as soon as that is in place, we're going to again open the building and inspection side so that people that want to do business with those folks don't have to wait for somebody to come all the way to the other side of the building to see them, or they don't have to march all the way through the building to do so. This change, I feel, is going to allow for better service to our residents and easier access to specific departments. One of the things I've done since being in this role is sat with several people with the Palm Cove for a scoping meeting where we met virtually with participants to talk about the next steps and possible dredge paths. We're going to hear a little bit more about that tonight. I met with our planners, Ron Satterfield and Wes McLeod from Anchor Point to better understand their role in the town as far as planning is concerned. Met with the county and the hazard mitigation plan that was currently being updated, which is done every 4 years. Ron Satterfield, our contract planner, submitted that last Friday to the county. Focus is working on a fiber project on the island. So if you're an island resident or if you go over that way, you'll see in the right of way where they're beginning the fiber work for the island residents. No impact to traffic. It should not interrupt your travels to or from. Last week, we met with several business owners on the island to talk about their needs for 2026 for parking. Two of the main things that were identified out of this meeting were employee parking for their people and business parking. So people that want to patronize their business. We wanted to open a dialogue with them so that we can identify the best way that we can help them be profitable and successful in the 2026 year. What we've determined is one of the things that we're going to do is add 2 more 1-hour parking for patrons of their businesses. We're going to spread the parking out, if you will, from the Continental up towards Sunset Properties 2 by 2 for a total of 8 parking spots that'll be added this year for the 1-hour parking. Our town again applied for through the Arbor Day Foundation as Tree City USA, and that application was approved on January 8th, 2026. This designation underscores the town's commitment to a greener and healthier community. One thing I do want to ask the council to consider is I received an email from United Bank, one of the managers with United Bank that is interested in doing business with the town of Sunset Beach, and was curious if the town would consider requests for proposals for their business. I don't know if that's something that we want to consider going forward. The Main Street parking project is near completion. We are waiting for the Catchment 7 project to be completed. The walkthrough that was done with the engineer showed that there were a couple spaces that have some issues that have to be corrected by the contractor, and there are 5 spaces around the catchment project that have yet to be poured. Outside of that, that's about it.
What about the email today, Chief, that we received about the water going to be shut off on Fifth Street?
Yes, thank you. The Catchment 7 project, and I do have that on my notes. I missed that. I apologize. Wednesday the 14th, 4th Street is going to be shut down. The period of shutdown will be between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. They're hoping to get the work done sooner, but you can expect an impact between those hours. And then on Thursday the 15th, 5th Street, again, between the hours of 9 and 5, the water will be shut off so that they can relocate the lines so that they can continue with that drainage project. The week of the 19th, the county is hoping to do the work on 6th Street. I hope to have a notification by the end of this week as to when the 6th Street water lines will be relocated. And we'll make sure to announce that in all the methods that we have in the past.
We'll send out a blast to those 4.
Send out any alert, put it on our Facebook, put
I'm
it
sure
on the
everybody knows.
website, and
Thank
the county does their part too.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Anybody, any member of council got any questions for town administrator? Nope. Not?
Nope, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up is our presentations, our 2025 department head achievements presentation. Let's see who y'all want to start up. Human resource. Well, that's the one we brought in last. I don't know which one y'all want to start with. It wasn't really in order, was it? It's just here, so we can start out with human resource. Suzanne Sweeney can come in first. No, Tara's here first.
Okay.
We'll start with Tara. This one was just brought in last. This was the late one, so it's not in, I don't know if it's any in the order because it's not addressed like that, but go ahead, Miss Tara. Thank you. Finance Department.
Okay, so, is this on?
It's working.
It is, okay. So, we are doing sort of an accomplishments for 2025. I had some additional requests for my presentation that I'll also be going through with this. So, finance department is made up of 3 employees. It's myself as the finance director, and then we have the accounts payable, which is a finance tech 2 and a finance tech 1 for accounts receivable. So, for me, I am certified as a North Carolina local government finance officer. And one of the accomplishments that I'll have is that tonight you'll be presented my 19th clean audit in 12 and a half years. I've had all clean audits or unmodified opinions and no findings in my 12 and a half year career. Our finance tech 2 accounts payable is Sendai Stevenson, and she is approaching being here in Sunset Beach 13 years in March. So she has almost 13 years in local government. And then I was able to hire Sydney Willis in June of this year. She's our finance tech accounts receivable. She also does a lot of our customer service at the front desk. She actually completed the certification for Intro to Local Government Finance in August of this year. And she also attended the very first Black Mountain Software Conference with me in October. As a department, we have just started discussing a plan for cross-training as we look to the future. Having a newer member, we haven't started that yet, just to make sure everybody's comfortable with where they're at. And we've also started conversations regarding each individual's growth and kind of how they see themselves fitting into local government as we move forward as a team. So then our efficiency and effectiveness improvements that we've had. So we have our recycling program. And as most of you know, this was a piece of paper that was mailed out to every single individual property owner. And that paper had to be filled out and sent back with a paper check, or you filled it out, or you just paid online and we had to match the paper with it was a messy process. So with Kimberly and Sydney working together, they were able to create a Microsoft form online, and the information is all, as you go through our online portal for online payments, that form is able to be filled out and attached. I'm not really sure exactly how they have it working right now, but it's basically you can put in a code saying this is where I paid, and it dumps into a spreadsheet that Sydney is able to manage way easier and keep up with. So as we go forward, future years are going to be so much easier for us to keep up with everybody's information. I know that Sydney has already come to me with ideas of how we can even improve it more in the next year. And our surf chair rental program was the same way. So it automatically communicates with Vicki and Sydney now. So they are able to use an online form to go back and forth to streamline like drop off and pick up for the surf chair rentals and ensure that the payment has been made. Through budget, we're also going to be looking at how to make that process a little bit more simple instead of mandating 3 days, because that's kind of how we have it right now. They did the same thing with the yard sale permit program. This is a $5 fee, but now it's an online form, and it automatically communicates with Sherry in the police department so that they are aware of the permits that we have with that. Those are very few and far between, but it's still something that's way easier to have done online instead of a piece of paper. Another accomplishment that we had was we changed our online payment processor. So we were able to negotiate a lower price for people that pay by e-check. So previously, if you paid online and you had to pay by card, and it was, I think, just over 3% of the total transaction. We negotiated that down to 2.9%. However, the e-check option is $1 per transaction, which, I mean, his stamp is almost $1 now, and then you have to pay for your check. So it's a cost savings to the customer, and it's so much easier for us to keep up with for the online payments than these paper checks coming in. So those are some of the efficiency things that we had. The next cost savings is huge. So Vicki and I had quite a few meetings with Cintas, and we went over our billing and what we had in-house with a fine-tooth comb. And we also had other members of Public Works come in that had experience with working for similar types of companies that do this, to kind of show us this is where you need to look. So we also put in some safeguards to where people can't just say, hey, this would be great, can we get this added onto our bill? And Cintas, being salespeople, they definitely are willing to add something, but we didn't realize that was happening, and so it gets away from you really quickly. So we're actually going to be saving over the next year around $30,000. This also is attributed to having the new personnel for maintenance and custodial, because we didn't really have anybody that was directly related to Cintas. But now we have a point of contact, and they're able to watch and see that we're actually getting what we're paying for.
Good.
So our current debt, I went through this in my previous presentation, but I'm just going to kind of do a brief overview of this. So we have 3 loans that are out there. We have roughly $51,000 remaining on the 2017. On the 2021 ladder truck, we have approximately $341,000. And then the Majestic Oak land, we have remaining of just over $1.3 million. So we are way below our debt threshold of what towns are allowed to. It's something that we try to minimize as far as having a strong fund balance. We don't necessarily have to have any additional debt. But these breakdowns are also on the website from the presentation that I did last week. Let's see. So budget amendments. I know budget amendments is, this was specifically asked to be addressed for this. I know that budget amendments get a bad rap, and if when used properly, they're used as like a budget tool so that we are able to have accuracy eventually. The tool is how you're able to use your fund balance for projects. Most of the time, you're not going to know the total cost as you go. If it's April and this project is out for an RFP, until that RFP comes back, you're not going to know what that total cost is. So you're not really going to be able to have an accurate budget for that. You can estimate it, but you're going to need a budget amendment to bring it back into what it actually is. It's also a tool for unexpected or emergency situations, such as like repairs of equipment that we didn't see coming, or liability insurance and work comp increases that are not typically disclosed to us until we're that too far into the process. Another reason for amendments is grants and donations. These revenues need to be accounted for in the budget, but many times we don't know that we're going to be approved for the grant. So you don't want to budget the revenue for this grant if you don't know that you're going to get it. And then if we get a generous donation, a lot of times those are very specific to what they would like to see us spend the donation money on. And so that would be, those are some of the reasons for the budget amendments. The budget amendments that we have, all of them are broken out on the website. In 2025, they're also done by fiscal year. So I know we're trying to do like a 2025 recap. It's not going to be, it's a little bit choppy. I will put this with the presentation. I did do a breakout today. So we had on February 3rd, we had a Powell bill budget amendment that came out of Powell bill fund balance. That was $410,000. Then on March 3rd, and that was for that project, on the parking for Sunset Boulevard North in front of the park. On March 3rd, there was a budget amendment that used sale of surplus money for the UTV purchase in the police department. And then we had stormwater project on 27th, 28th, and 29th Street. That actually was appropriated fund balance. That was $295,000. We had in June of 2025, there was an adjustment of multiple lines across multiple departments. Some of it was increases or decreases in departments. There was no fund balance appropriated out of that one. It was more of like a housekeeping, trying to kind of get everything in line. We wouldn't have been over budget in anything. It's just cleaner and easier, and it makes it easier to budget as you go forward to see what you actually had. On June 13th, we also had utilities repair out of public infrastructure. The police department needed additional money for tires, and then the fire department had unexpected repairs. That total was $67,000. In 25-26, which is our current budget, now those were all in our previous budget. Our current budget, we have catchment 7. That was on August 4th, and that was $417,000. That was appropriated fund balance for the general fund. Then we had the Main Street parking. That was also on August 4th. That was both of these were when the contract was approved. These budget amendments were done. So we had assigned fund balance from parking, from the parking fees revenue from the previous year. I had set that aside so that because the parking fees have to be used on parking until legislation passes, that we can use it for anything else. And then we had used general fund balance of $376. The assigned was $158,000. And then on September 8th, that was the last budget amendment that we've had, and it was an adjustment for an incorrect quote that we received on the load and pack. We had received a mechanical quote. We understood it to be an automatic quote. It was a $12,100 budget amendment, and that was fund balance. Now, just because they say appropriated fund balance, doesn't mean that we're actually going to use that fund balance. It's just a budgeting tool, and most of the times we end up adding fund balance back to the budget. So our current financial status, this is going to be very much presented in a few slides or a few presentations from now, because our auditor is here and will be doing that. We are in good standing. I also have a monthly report that we go through, and in the presentation that I had done last Wednesday, I have line items. So we are within our budget and we are doing good. I did want to address our fund balance because I had talked about how it changes up and down a lot, and this is a graph I like to use of where you can see where the fund balance is changing. Right now, our fund balance would be in the negative, but this doesn't have December or January revenue, and that's when we get most of our ad valorem taxes come in. Also, the expenditures are usually much higher towards the beginning of the year, and it will level out. So this just kind of shows you where that bottom blue line shows you where it goes, where the fund balance changes. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Tara,
Thank
for
you.
everything, all your updates.
All right. Next up, Ms. Swing's gonna come up.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Suzanne Swinney with the HR department. And we are a department of one, so it's just me and myself. So just a little bit of a review of 2025 and a recap and some specific items about tasks that we do. So for information, we had 30 new hires in 2025. One of those was in the finance department that Tara just made reference to. 10 of those were in our fire department. 7 of those were part-time and 3 of those full-time. In the inspections group, we had 1 part-time. The police, we had 4 full-time and 2 part-time code enforcement for a total of 6. Public Works, we had 6. In the maintenance department, there were 2, 1 full-time and 1 part-time. The facilities maintenance, we had 2, a full and a part-time, and environmental and custodial, 2, a full and a part-time. And both of those, the maintenance facility and the environmental, were new positions for 2025. And then with the governing body, there were 6 council members, 5, and a planning board was 1. So for training and development, which is not department specific, we did some compliance training. So as example, the bloodborne pathogens was a classroom training that was completed for all affected employees. The leadership training, which was also a classroom that all of our supervisors, department heads, and anyone that had direct reports attended, and it covered things like the predictive index, which is a behavioral type assessment. It was conflict resolution, team building. So it was a full day of training exercises. So we also put in place a NeoGov, which is an online training portal. If you're not familiar with that, it is a public sector-based portal that I've got over 1,200, but it's actually more than that. It's courses that are available for us to use for compliance, work skills, leadership. So it's going to be in place so that we can assign as a department manager, that department manager would be able to assign those employees those jobs or courses to take. Part of that will incorporate into the next phase of it, which is the salary pay plan that was adopted in October. And so there will be courses there as well that the department managers can use to help fulfill those as far as compliance and skill-based training. For benefit changes, there were a lot of changes that came down the pike in 2025 for the employees. One of those was the ancillary benefits, which is things like the dental, the vision, the voluntary programs, life insurance, disability insurance, those type things. Those were discontinued. They'd been handled by the League of Municipalities for many years, and the league decided to discontinue those plans as of January 1. So with that, we were like, and they announced that to us in April. So we, along with 300 other municipalities, were scrambling, trying to find vendors and brokers that could help us with that. So we came up with HILB. We started using HILB as our broker to help us with that. And there was also which meant also new carriers and new rates and new tracking for reporting and billing and everything with those. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. The state health plan also announced that they were doing a salary banded premium for 2026. And what that meant was that the employees have to pay a certain amount, and the amount that they were required to pay would be based on what they actually earned, their base salary. So that came out. And so with that, we had to do a lot of open enrollment meetings. We had to do breakdowns because right now the town pays 50% for dependent coverage. So we had to do pricing and cost of premiums for the employees just based on not just what the state was requiring and mandating that we pay, but also what the town was going to pay on their behalf as well. So with the ancillary benefits, go back to that a little bit. Again, the Hill Group was selected to help us with that. And we spent April through September trying to resolve all of those, the file creations, the validations. They were to transfer everything that was sitting as it was in the NCLM with the league over to the new Hill program, but then they did an open enrollment on top of that. So there was a lot of changes, a lot of meetings. It was a very manual process. The reconciliation from each different one, we went from, we stayed with Delta Dental, but it was still a new program. We went from one vision to another carrier. So again, a lot of manual updates and processing to get that validation correct and get people back to where they were supposed to be with the right and proper coverage. We also had open enrollment for the state health plan, which is the medical plan that we are involved in right now, and that was through October. We did do meetings with the entire shifts, across all shifts, all departments, all employees. So we held those meetings to go over and explain the changes, talk about the rate changes, and provide any information, and then also to answer any questions that any of the employees might have regarding the benefits, not just the medical plan, but all the other benefits as well. So some of the overviews of tasks that I just wanted to throw up there, and some of the things that I do on a daily basis. One of those, the biggest thing is probably the payroll. We are a weekly cycle with that payroll, so that requires the maintenance of all the employee records, any adjustments or changes or anything that has to be done, the benefit changes, paying the federal and state taxes, all of the reporting, which is monthly, weekly, quarterly, yearly, and other compliance. As example, this past year, that was what my time has been spent for the last couple of weeks doing things like W-2s, reporting to the Social Security Administration, the wage reporting, and all of those tax returns that have to be done on a quarterly and yearly basis. The 401k is also the retirement. We have the state retirement plan and the affiliated 401k program, which is administered by Empower. So all of that has to be uploaded and verified. The retirees, we still have some retirees that are in our programs. We have to do reporting to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, to the Employment Security Commission every month. And then because the systems are tied together, we also do journal entries that feed into the reporting for financing as well. The reconciliation of billings that I talked about, it's a very manual process. So with the Aetna, which is the state plan, Mutual of Omaha, which are the vision, life, and all the other ancillary benefits, the Delta Dental, Globe, Liberty, Aflac, and Allstate, all of those, again, are voluntary plans. And then the administration of leaves, any type of leave that has to be reconciled with FMLA, as example, any unpaid leave, military, workers' comp. So all of those have to be managed and tracked as well. And then just a few other things on the employee engagement, the hiring, promotional investigations, interviews, disciplinary, any conflict resolution, advisory, policy or benefit consultations, and functions where the town employees are involved. I'm usually involved in that. The recruitment, any employee questions or concerns, and there seems to always be some about our benefits. as it were. And then I'm also involved in the Max Pro and the fob access for the security. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
1 minute, I have a few real quick. The leadership class and the bloodborne pathogens, who taught those classes? Is that something you did?
I did not teach those. No, we used the fire department, the instructors at the fire department for the bloodborne pathogens, and then we hired an outside firm called Vector that came in for the leadership program.
And then the NeoGov, the online training portal,
hmm
is that something that we have to pay a fee for?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it based on usage, or is it a blank that we pay?
It's a
Tell us
flat
some-
rate.
I'm sorry?
It will be a flat rate, and then we have access to all of those courses that I discussed.
Do you know about how much it is?
It's about, I think the initial was about 10,000, which was last year, and then after that it will be just a maintenance fee. I think it was around 4,000 per year.
Okay. Then on the benefit changes, you stated that Hill Group was selected as the broker.
hmm
What process was used to select the broker, and who selected that broker?
Well, we got quotes from other brokers that other towns had, municipalities. I did a survey and reached out to a lot of other municipalities to find out who they were using and got some feedback from some of the others. There was a list of about 4 different options, and we chose Hilb, and that seemed to be the one that the majority of, that's also the one that the league had recommended as well.
They do that on a commission basis.
No, it's flat.
Do you know about how much that is?
I really don't. I could find out for you.
Okay, please do.
hmm
I think the whole council would like to know that. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Coming up? Oh, no. Oh. I think a 2025 presentation. End of year presentation, maybe?
Year in review. Year in
Yes.
review.
Department.
I think the file was called end of year presentation. It's really pretty.
It's very colorful. It is very pretty. Lots of good colors.
All right, I can go ahead and start, and then once we get the project, we can take a look at it. We had a very successful year in events last year. I'm going to kind of talk about them in different groups and start with the Market in the Park. Last year, we held 27 markets, and we had 166 food, craft, and nonprofit vendors participate. 81 of the vendors came from Sunset Beach and the surrounding communities, including Calabash, Carolina Shores, Ocean Isle, and Charlotte, and 114 of those were returning vendors. This year, it says 28. We had 28 markets planned for 2026. We're going to be kicking off our season with the St. Patrick's Day Market. One change that came out of the survey of the vendors at the end of the year was to only do either full-time vendors or part-time vendors. So you can either choose to attend all of the markets and pay a discounted rate, or you could choose to be a summer only, where you'd come only in the high season, and those would be at the standard rate that we charge for any market vendor. Another change that came about in our discussions was that over the next 2 weeks, I will be visiting every business in Sunset Beach to invite them personally to participate in the market. So we'd love to have all of our local businesses represented. And I will be bringing applications and explanations and going around to all the businesses to talk to them. Additionally, we'll be looking for some more produce vendors. We need a few more of those just to round out the market. So those are our main things that we'll be addressing with the markets for this year. Concerts. Last year, we had 16 concerts that were scheduled as part of the Sunset Soundwaves program. We did have 4 rainouts, which was disappointing. And we had 2 Jazz in the Park events. This year, we're going to have 18 concerts, and that is because of the calendar. We have 1 extra week between Memorial Day and Labor Day, and we also are adding a concert on July 3rd.
But that was 16. We had 14 last year.
We had
We're going to
14 last year and
16.
16,
Yeah,
and then I
so
was
it's just
including
off
the
a couple
two that
numbers.
were Jazz in the Park, I think.
Yeah,
was-
so you included them into the total. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
We did set the schedule for this year, thanks to the mayor. He was great, contacted lots of bands that I had never heard of, and was able to negotiate with everyone. And we were able to keep the price consistent with what we paid last year, and we still have 2 additional concerts. Currently, we have contracts out to all of the bands, and I'm just waiting to get the last few back. And once we have that, I will announce the lineup, and we will have that published on our website once we have all of the contracts back and received. And we have added 2 scheduled rain dates in case of cancellations as well, so that we can go further into September if we have rainouts. One thing that we implemented last year, about halfway through the summer, is we're getting a national weather forecast bulletin sent to us the day of, so that we can have a better predictor of what the weather will actually be, because it's so changeable down here that we get a bulletin. We'll get one at 12, and I think we can even get another one at 3 o'clock, just so that we can plan a little bit better. And if we can change it before noon, we're able to get them rescheduled for another date. Sunset at Sunset. We had a wonderful Sunset at Sunset this year. We had 170 local businesses participate. We had 15 food vendors and 9 sponsor booths. We were able to reduce the costs from the prior year by not renting any tables and chairs. And we also reduced the amount of the shuttle buses, which is $3,000 in savings by doing both of those things. We had 2 new bands perform, 1 local band from Sunset Beach and White Winged Dove. And we had the ERC in partnership with Dave's Outpost was able to put together the fish tank, which was a huge hit this year. It was also the largest attendance we've ever had at a Sunset at Sunset. And we had 0 police, fire, or EMS calls associated with the event. So exactly how we like to see it. Green Wave Festival was also another event that we kind of beefed up this year from past years. Before, we had only been able to do a weekday event, and we had pretty good attendance, but we wanted to really get even more attendance. So we added some craft vendors that were eco-conscious. We added food trucks. We added musicians, and we had After Hours perform, which is great, another local band. We were able to give away 150 plants, pollinators, grasses, and shrubs. We had 25 local organizations and government agencies that exhibited. We partnered with Southeast Christian Academy students, and they built the 25 Bluebird houses that we were able to give away to residents. And the West Brunswick High School Key Club members helped with the event logistics and with the plant giveaways. And then we were also had a live oak memorial tree planting that was in honor of Miss Amelia, and there's a little plaque by it. So if you're in the town park and you go down towards the water, kind of between the bridge and the Veterans Memorial, you'll see the plaque that we have put there. And also Seabiscuit Wildlife Shelter was able to release 2 rehabilitated pelicans at that, right into the intercoastal. So that was another highlight of the event. Holiday Lights, was a first-year event this year. We estimated we were going to have 250 people, and I'd say we probably ended up with close to 600 people. So it was a much bigger event than we expected. So we'll be looking at what changes we can make for next year as far as adding food trucks, being able to spread the lights out throughout the whole park, trying to work with some local schools. We made a contact with Jessie May that their chorus might be able to come and perform, and also kind of work with maybe some local dance schools that would be able to participate and kind of give the program a little bit more. And I think it would be great if we could have Santa arrive on a boat and then be brought up from the dock right up into the gazebo. So it was a great event this year, and we thank our sponsors, HD Coastal and J&J Air, who both helped. The lights were done by HD Coastal, and the food sponsor was J&J Air. So we're looking forward to doing it again. I think people liked it, and just doing it better next time. We had a couple new events this year. The Loggerhead Liftoff, which is a race that benefits the turtles. And it was a 5K and 10K. And we worked in partnership with the pier to do that. Next year, we will be having this event again. It will be on May 9th, and it will only be a 5K, but we'll be working with the pier as well. We also had another event that was the Push-Ups for Parkinson's event, and that's in October, on October 10th, and that'll be taking place again this year. And again, trying to make that a larger event each year. And then we did a breast cancer run that was Running for 5, Thriving Beyond Breast Cancer race. And we had about 75 participants in that, and she's looking to do it again this year in May and also try to increase the size of that. I have a listing of what we had in the community center and how many days it was used each month. We have a lot of opportunity there to be able to use the community center for other events. So I'm looking at what we can do to expand who goes into the community center. We will be having early voting there for the March primary, and we may be having early voting there as well for the November midterm elections, but that's TBD. So as soon as I find that out, I will add that to the community calendar. Coming up this year, we have the America's 250th celebrations. More to come on that. We are kind of still working on what we are going to be doing for that. I am exploring getting some additional food trucks so that we have more offerings and more main course kind of food where it's not just snacks. Also looking to partner with local restaurants, including Oak and Palm, Houses, Bill's, Mavericks, try to get them to do specials that they could do for takeout. So people coming to the concerts would be able to get their food at the local businesses and then come over to the park and have food there. And I will also look to them for specials for the vendors at the market because that's something that they're always looking for. I'd like to expand the lighting in the park. We did 4 trees this year, and I would like to add 4 more trees next year, just to add to the ambiance and the look of the park in the evening. We'll have the Arbor Day tree planting celebration. That's going to be on Friday, March 20th, which is the day that North Carolina celebrates Arbor Day. And we will be planting a tree, I believe, at Fire Station 1, and more to come on that once we have a tree board meeting next week. And also looking at doing some additional program with the Environmental Resources Committee on some shoreline plantings. And I've had a couple inquiries for some different festivals to add as well, so we're still looking into that, and I'll be reviewing all of that with the department heads. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't get all excited because it's in black and white, okay? Not as colorful as Amy, apparently.
It's okay.
But anyway, just want to kind of go over a few things here that if I was asked about 10 years to do this, I'd had about 25 pages, but we only needed it for a year. Bear with me just a second. We got is my copy up on the,
Mr. White, do we have a handout from you?
yeah, let me,
Yes, we
just
do. It said, you need to borrow mine?
if you don't mind.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I know, you're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm on carpet here.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. So under my accomplishments this year, each year the town is required to submit all flood elevation certificates obtained throughout the year for anybody that's in the flood zone, been built in the flood zone, for recertification. And in order to maintain our Class 9, which is excellent, it's what keeps our insurance, folks who's got flood insurance, it's what keeps the premiums down. With CRS program, we must keep a 90% correctness rate. And after everything was resubmitted, we ended up at 97, so we're able to keep that. 10's near about impossible to get but we do everything and strive to do everything we can to keep folks' insurance as low as possible. Department's previous goal was to process applications, and it's always been this way for as long as I've even been here, for like 48 hours of the time we get the applications in. But since we moved to the portal system and to our online system, it's now we can able to get most of all of them with complete applications within 24 hours. So that's pretty good with the amount of work that comes in our workload as far as new homes being built and just all other type of permits. So 24 hours is pretty good for us. In our employee learning and development, the staff attended Fasten Master to ensure about the hold downs and the uplift of the hardware, because we're in the high wind zone, obviously. And so things continue to change on different methods and with value engineering and things of that nature. And so we certainly try to keep up with that. And when folks try to use new things, to make sure that they're installing those correctly. Each year, staff has to must obtain 6 hours. We all carry multi-trade certifications in building, plumbing, electrical, mechanical. So we have to have 6 hours of continuing education, and that's for each inspector. So we all have to have that to be able to renew in June. One of my building inspectors, who I brought on 2 years ago, his name is Jeremy Parker. He has completed his plumbing level 3 class and mechanical level 3 class in person at the community colleges for all of his training in the months of October and December. Mr. Parker, he achieved the passing scores for both disciplines. Mr. Parker was awarded the opportunity to take a plumbing level 2 state exam and has successfully passed it. So he's looking now to move on to advance to his mechanical. Level 3 is the highest you can obtain. So I'm actually pushing him in that direction to get his level 3s sooner than later. The inspection department was afforded this past year to be able to hire a part-time building inspector. I hired a part-time building inspector who had retired. His name is Larry Cook. He is right now doing admin work, understanding our system and being able to cover on days that when one of us is out for whatever reason. And now that we're going to be open, also to help in covering lunches and things of that nature, which works well. As far as streamlining our make sure I don't skip nothing, our operations, we simplified the application process when applying for permits online by consolidating permit applications and remove requirements not supported by state statutes. So this has been a work in progress since we went to the portal back when COVID hit. So we was able to go back into those applications and try to, we got a lot of feedback from folks and property owners especially, just being bogged down with so much information and unnecessary information. So we simplified and still in the process of simplifying some of those applications to make things smooth transition whenever they're trying to get a permit. We implemented the QR codes for easy access for folks who just like to do it from their phone. That was something matter of fact, we just put into place last month. And so we're getting a lot of feedback on that. So they don't have to go to the website and, and find a link. They can just hit the any of the QR codes anywhere and pick it up and fill out an application, from their mobile device. We started offering a lot more pre-application meetings with contractors and homeowners. Excuse me. Discuss especially existing conditions out over on the beach. We have a lot of decks with wear and tear. We've had some to collapse. Obviously, we all probably know that. So what we try to do is to help folks when they come in to make an application to get a deck rebuilt, especially when a homeowner wants to do it. So we'll make it a point to go out before you waste a lot of time, waste a lot of money. Just go out and we'll sit down with you, go over it, and then let you apply. And so that's something I've strived to do in the last year or so. and so they take advantage of it. We offer it up, and they take advantage of it. It works real well. We've incorporated the driveway reviews during the inspection process, and included that module onto our work system, which is our permitting process, our permitting system. And so we're able to track that, and nothing actually gets by us. So we don't do anything basically when it comes down to issuing COs until the driveway has been inspected and it's to the code. And so it's worked real well as far as tracking that and making sure nothing gets by. Told you it's going to be exciting,
Whew, electrifying.
but I'll be more than glad to answer any questions.
Good information.
Obviously, how many buildings have you gone through with total certification as far as to be built in Sunset Beach? You guess.
How many, I'm sorry, how many
buildings?
have we inspected? That's a loaded question. Are we talking for the last year? Are we talking
Yeah.
for the last?
Last year. Or last month.
Geez. Let me back up. So we do roughly 35 inspections a day. That's an average. We have approximately, and you'll see in the weekly report and the monthly report, we have approximately about 150 or 60 homes that's under construction with active permits, new construction.
That's right.
That's not counting additions and deck rebuilds and any trades of that nature. So we're still, we're growing, but we're still where we were 5 years ago, believe it or not. I went back and pulled those actual numbers just to see about where we at, and I do it this time of the year anyway, knowing when budget's coming up, just to see where we at in the last 5 years. So we're still within 20, of being where we would within the last 5 years.
Very good.
If that answered your question. Anybody else got anything I can need to address?
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you.
Kerry.
Okay, my door's always open.
Thank you.
If you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take that sheet back.
Oh.
That's right. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, moving on to the FD. Hey, there we go. Again, probably not as pretty as Amy's, but we're going a little darker theme here, so I hope you like that. Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share about our reflections of the accomplishments of 2025, and thank you for that. Our mission to take care of people with respect and professionalism in the execution of our duties remains the foundation of everything we do. It guides our emergency responses, shapes our training programs, and informs every interaction we have with the community. As Sunset Beach continues to grow, so does the importance of a strong, responsive fire and emergency services team. To meet the increasing demands of our expanded community, we successfully added 3 firefighters this past budget year. This strategic expansion has been vital in maintaining our operational readiness and ensuring that residents continue to receive the high level of protection they expect and deserve. We remain committed to upholding and enhancing our service delivery, balancing growth with fiscal responsibility. As stewards of public trust and taxpayers' resources, we are continuously evaluating our operations to improve efficiency, response times, and community outreach. These achievements would not be possible without the steadfast supports of our elected officials and, above all, the residents of Sunset Beach. Your trust, your partnership, and engagement empower us to adapt, innovate, and strengthen public safety every day. We're deeply grateful for your ongoing collaboration and advocacy. Together, we are building a safer, more resilient community. All right, let's move on to, let's see how this thing works here. There we go. Incident reporting. So these numbers are figured up from December 22nd. That's when we turned this in, placed it on the agenda. So not full 2025 numbers, but pretty close. We had 1,237 total responses. Out of that, 50 were fires, 513 were EMS, 21 hazardous conditions, 353 service calls, 142 good intent, 154 false alarms, 1 severe weather, and 3 special incidents. So we want to review what those are first and foremost. Out of those 50 fires, we had 11 inside the town limits. We had 9. Talk about our fire district just a little bit. So our fire district encompasses the entire town limits and then a portion beyond the town limits. We call that our county district. So 9 of those were in the county district, which is outside town limits, and 30 were mutual aid responding to various departments within Brunswick County and Horry County. 513 EMS is a little bit self-explanatory. Some of those are vehicle accidents as well, depending on how they come out and what we do on the scene. 21 hazardous conditions. So hazardous conditions are mostly fuel spills, propane emergencies. It could be setting up a LZ for a helicopter landing and things like that. 353 service calls. We do a lot of lift assist for our population. Some of the vehicle crashes are counted in that 353 as well. 142 good intent calls. A little bit about what a good intent call is. A lot of the good intent calls are automatic crash notifications. So if you drop your iPhone while you're moving, some of them's OnStar where you think your vehicle's an accident, and it's all through the system. Those calls are automatically to the 911 center. Open burning reports. So if you call about your neighbor having a fire, let's say you live in the county district where it's legal to burn brush, burn leaves. We have a lot of the people that call, hey, my neighbor's house is on fire. We get there, it's fire, it's a brush fire, it's legal to do. So that's generated as a good intent call. All right, your false alarms, when you have a alarm that goes off in your house and we run, it's nothing to it, a malfunction alarm or things like that. Severe weather, when the call is generated specifically from high winds. Last year we had the snow event. If we can deem that generated from the weather event, that's where that gets deemed. And then special incidents, really a couple of calls that really can't be coded anywhere else. Okay, moving over to training accomplishment. I'm proud to say our firefighters logged more than 6,800 training hours this year. A little bit below is some of what we do. So some of the major training events we did at the fire station this year, we hosted, along with support from BCC, we hosted a technical rescuer training program at Fire Station 1. So some of you might have noticed vehicles, crashed cars on the side lot. That was us for a week. We had quite a few students, firefighters, graduate from that, along from firefighters from the area, neighboring departments. We hosted a blue card training, command training, along with the help of, again, BCC and Wilmington Fire Department. We joined with Ocean Isle Beach to deliver that course, a 40-hour online command course. We brought in a company called Soda City Training. They came in and did a 2-day forcible entry class for us at Fire Station 1. And a few weeks ago, December 8th and 9th, we went up to Robinson Community College and utilized their burn facility. Had a great time. All right. Along with those courses we hosted, we had quite a few firefighters that left town. So Captain Brown, Firefighter Jackson went out and did their Fire Inspector 1 course. DC Adams, Captain Gaskins, Firefighter Jamie Halls, and Johnson completed an Instructor Indoctrination course. Lieutenant Smith obtained his Advanced Firefighter Certificate. Captain Gaskins completed a qualification to instruct emergency vehicle driver. Firefighter Mears completed a qualification course for a driver operator as well. We also send firefighters throughout the year to various seminars, conferences across the state, North and South Carolina, that those certifications may not be a certification class. It just might be a weekend training or a 20-hour or 40-hour course. So we did a lot of that as well. Along with that, we do a lot of multi-company training. We call it multi-company when we train with our neighbors. So we train with Calabash, Ocean Isle, Grisette Town, various departments. So this year we did a lot of sessions up at Shallotte Training Facility. Shallotte has a training facility up near, kind of behind the Chick-fil-A in Shallotte. We went up there quite a few times. We went out to Grisette Town. They brought in a nice company with a neat trailer that's confined space. We did some confined space training with them for a week. And then something new we did this year, we joined with Horry County and did a lot of training in the inlet with jet skis. So Horry County has a rather large fireboat. We met those guys quite a few times and just did some patient transfer on and off and spent some time in the inlet there throughout the summer. For officer development, Lieutenant Carteret obtained his Fire Officer 2 certification, and Firefighter Smith obtained his Fire Officer 3 certification. So we're really proud of that. As well as Ms. Sweeney touched on earlier, we did the townwide leadership program that we thought highly of, and all our officers, all our senior firefighters attended that as well. So for community outreach, we try our best to get out in public and the various HOAs and meet with the public, try to do some training courses. Some of the events we did, we set up a booth and tried to share our fire safety materials. We did that at the Dave's Outpost Captain's Meet and Greet he hosts annually, always invites us. The Green Wave event, we went up, kind of left Sunset Beach for a day and spent the day up at the BCC for their Water Safety Day. They started that a few years back, so we just get a chance to meet with the students and any visitors they might have and talk about beach safety, number one. We went to the Calabash Elks, did a Water Safety Day, or actually a safety day. We took our boat there and spent the day talking to citizens about water safety. Again, at sunset, and then we ventured to Southport. Southport holds a really good, it's called Jack's Boat Pool Water Safety Day. Again, we met with the public and initiated water safety initiatives. Our beach rescue personnel help out with a lot of the water safety focused days there. Moving on to CPR and AED classes, we try to get out in the various communities we have in here at Sunset. This year we instructed over 150 residents. We create courses for the HOA individually and try to do what we call hands-only CPR. We did Eastwood Park, a couple of different courses in C-Trail for the various organizations within C-Trail, the Sanctuary and Sunset Ridge, and we also did quite a few courses at the Methodist Church. For the Fire Safety 101 with the children, not too many options for us with the children in Sunset Beach, no major schools here, but what we do have is Ocean View Baptist Church with their half-day preschool type thing. So we went out there and met with them and tried to teach them a few things. And then, as always, quite a few years now, we've been hosting the Old Bridge Explorer program. They come over and meet us a day in the summer when they're doing that program. So that's a great time by all. This year, something new for us, we did a community fire safety night. B-Shift planned and presented a community safety night at the community building, which focused on fire safety and slip, trip, and fall in the house. And then lastly, our smoke alarm program. And throughout 2025, we installed over 160 smoke alarms and replaced over 427 batteries for our residents. So we've got a great program there. It's getting larger every year. We come out and we change your batteries for you at the homeowner's purchase and install new smoke alarms the homeowner's purchase. So that's a great thing there.
Very good.
So new equipment and technology for 2025. We made several notable upgrades to our technology, communications, and equipment, enhancing our efficiency and safety of our fire safety operations. 2025 upgrades collectively strengthen our department's operational readiness, improve data integrity, and enhance the safety of our personnel. Continued investment in modern technology and equipment ensures we remain a resilient, forward-looking fire service agency. All right, first and foremost, in January of 25, we transferred over, so we have a reporting system. So everything we do is tracked in a reporting software. This software, we're very thankful Brunswick County provides this to all fire departments within Brunswick County. It's very expensive otherwise. So this year, we started that January 1. That's been a tough curve. It's a whole new system. So all our firefighters had to learn how to do that. And actually, we're still learning it. Big changes were released again this year in that, some state reporting. So we're still learning how to do that, but it's going well. We're able to, I expect next year we're going to have much better outcomes when we're doing presentations like this, when we have the incidents, the type of incidents. So I hope to have good data next year when we come back with that. But we did that. That's a lot of work. DC Adams takes a lot of credit for that. He's been on that committee since before it was initiated. So I'm very thankful he's been on the cutting edge of that. Another thing we purchased iWorks. So as Carrie mentioned earlier, all the building inspections uses iWorks for their fire inspection. So we bought onto that last year, and early 2025, I keep saying this year, my apologies. Early 2025, we bought into the iWorks account for our fire inspections, and that helps with the payments, helps with the tracking and things like that, just for the fire inspections. Along with the budget last year, we were approved to purchase 8 new Kenwood radios. That was a rather good upgrade. Well, all our vehicles are outfitted with new Kenwood radios. And then a vehicle acquisition, we purchased a new F-150, and that's been assigned to Beach Rescue and Captain Brown. So I give credit for 2025, even though we purchased this boat in 2024, we actually put it in service in 25. So early 25, we completed the training, 22 foot, as you can see the photo there, fluid rigid hull inflatable, and that allows us to get much further in the ocean, much safer for our firefighters. And lastly, we did 4 new dry suits. So we were in need for dry suits when we respond to flood related areas. We need to keep our firefighters safe from possible bacteria in the water and things like that. So we recently got those in service. So promotional advancements. So this year we promoted Lieutenant Matthew Gaskins to the rank of captain, and then senior firefighter Josh Cartret was promoted to lieutenant. Super proud of that. And we can't do a presentation without talking about weather. I'm going to knock on wood. We had a great year with weather. That photo brings back some good memories. I know Chief Claymore, that was his, he loved seeing that snow in Sunset Beach. But we're not going to have any of that, Chief. We're going to let that go. So January, just about this time last year, Winter Storm Enzo hit us. We fared pretty well, but we had quite a bit of snow. Moving on, Tropical Storm Chantal, maybe I'm mispronouncing that, July. That was right around the 4th. Hurricane Erin on the 21st of August, and then minor impacts from Imelda. So nothing major happened to Sunset Beach. We had a very good season again, knocking on wood. And then Beach Rescue. So big changes to Beach Rescue for the 2025 season. This summer marked significant advancements in our team's preparedness and operational efficiency. Early in the season, we partnered with Myrtle Beach Fire Department with their ocean rescue team through hands-on training and integrated key insights to our program. And a standout implementation was the adoption of our new rescue board. So as you've seen on the UTVs, we've got the big surfboard style boards. That was something new for 2025. They worked out terrific. Both UTVs that are on the beach are outfitted with those. All our training's complete, and we actually put those in service this past summer. So we increased our beach presence by deploying 3 personnel June through August, which significantly strengthened our staffing levels. Professional growth was core priority for the beach rescue team this year. We completed over 40 hours of training, which focused on rapid deployment of rescue boards and the rescue cans, aggressive swimmer, disentanglement, emergency medical protocols, radio communication, and we worked a lot on our position on the beach strand and emergency response. Additionally, our team conducted 18 hours of practical scenario training with on-duty firefighters using the jet skis and the rescue boards. These drills reinforce cohesion, preparedness, and rapid response under pressure. Our efforts yielded measurable success this year with 81 total medical incidents. We're proud to say 32 of those patients received on-site medical care, which avoided an ambulance transport. So our ambulance are tied up a lot during the summer, so if we can avoid them coming to the beach, that's great. We did 74 water rescues, with 51 of them being at the pier, and that's a testament to the strategic assignment of personnel being stationed at the pier. And this summer's successes, enhanced training, optimized staffing, and life-saving outcomes underscores our commitment to community safety by prioritizing innovation, adaptability, and excellence. Our Beach Rescue Division delivered a safer experience for visitors and residents alike. And that's all I have. Any question for me?
No? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Good evening, y'all. My name is Matt Sorrells, Director of Public Works. We have a department of 13 in total, 8 full-time, 5 part-time. We get a lot of work done, obviously daily. But some of the highlights we had from the 2025 season were we had installed 2 solar lights back in February. We're looking to go to not in a different direction in total, but try to use the solar energy to help us out and maybe move forward with some other projects in the future. We had installed all the signs and material for all the parking. I know paid parking is a sore subject around here sometimes, but our department got all that stuff done in a matter of a month with very few hands, and made it all effective by the April 1st date. I had completed OSHA 40 training back in September. Our Deputy Director, Vicki Todd, had completed some leadership training, the NC1 Water, Basic Management, Supervisory Leadership, and Phase 3 Management and Supervisory Leadership Program, and also a project training through Aurora, which is dealing with difficult people for admins. We also delivered 127 surf chairs, which are beach wheelchairs, and 17 walkers throughout the season. It's just a huge asset for this town. A great service we offer to everyone. We completed forklift training, operator training. It was myself, Ricky Ward, Philip Seiler, and Ashley Babson. And then moving forward, we'll get another wave of folks in there for this year. We also did continuing education for pesticide training, myself, Vicki Todd, and Ricky Ward. We installed the platforms underneath the benches or the swings at the park. We got a lot of great comments back about that. We also installed 6 stormwater drains on the short streets to help alleviate some water on Main Street. We added a structural base and everything to our roads, graded them all out. And then we also rebuilt 5th Street beach access. And then we built an office for Miss Kimberly to go over her minutes and things of that nature in seclusion. And then we also, biggest thing we did at the end of the year was started moving the dirt from Majestic Oaks for free for the town. So, like I said, it's pretty simple. We do a lot of daily tasks, obviously, but any questions for y'all?
Yeah, I would say y'all do a lot more than this.
And I neglected to thank your department when I made my comments. So I'd like to take this opportunity now to thank you and Vicki Todd for your just quick response to our residents, all the things that you all do behind the scenes and in the scenes. But we know that it's a lot of planning. We know it's a lot of hard work. We know it's dirty work. And you all just seem to be just really enjoy your job, or at least you act like it. But thank you so much for being customer focused.
Absolutely.
All of us appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Very.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? No questions. All right.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah.
I'll put my different hat on now. I'm the police chief for the next 5 minutes. This is an easier TV for me to see too. So I want to overview our accomplishments for 2025 just by starting with an activity snapshot, which gives you a comparison from 2025 to 2024 in calls for service. We had 15,340 calls for service, which are requests from the public or self-initiated activity, so traffic stops, items in the roadway, those sorts of things. And that's down a little bit from the previous year where we had 15,463, but you'll notice where cases in 2025 were 667 versus 558 in 2024. So a case is something that's going to require more investigation. You lose some money, something gets stolen from you, we're trying to figure out who did it. A case would be open for that versus a call for service. Touch on training and development that we did this year. Our agency was awarded the FBI LEDA Trilogy Award, which is granted to agencies that their officers attend all 3 of the trainings in the series, which are supervisory leadership training, command leadership training, and executive leadership training. Sunset Beach Police is only the 9th agency in North Carolina out of 504 agencies and the 189th in the entire country to earn this distinction. So that says a lot about the training that the officers received, myself included. We had one officer, Captain Brandon Gray, received his Advanced Law Enforcement Certificate from the North Carolina Training and Standards Commission. This is the highest level of certification that is awarded to an officer in this state. It takes many years of service and hundreds of hours of training to qualify for this certification. Some of the things we did with community outreach, occasionally you'll see our officers out and about. We try to go to many places throughout town and be a visible face and a representative of the town. One of the things we did this year was go into the basic law enforcement training academies and try to establish relationships early on with cadets that are going through the training and try to encourage them to bring their talents to Sunset Beach. By doing so, they become familiar with our officers and it increases our applicant pool. We have several members that participate in our Honor Guard, which you'll see them at town events such as Memorial Day and the Veterans Day ceremony. Their presence helps honor those who have served our country and reinforce the department's continued commitment to community involvement and tradition. The media wall that you may have seen, if you go to Sherry's office in the police department, you'll see the nice wall that has our patch on it. And what was in there at one point was our records filing system, which was it was this beast of a machine. I don't know how to describe it other than this rolling cabinet that we didn't use hardly any of it. We thought that the room was going to be better served by moving that out of there and using it for the purpose that it is now. It's the first point of contact for visitors, and it's a reflection of the town and the department. The way it looks now is much more presentable, and we were able to use that filing system in our evidence room to help us better categorize and catalog our evidence. So in the outreach that our detectives did throughout the year, they were focused on educating residents and local businesses about scams, including those involved in cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. This engagement and discussions help raise awareness, reduce victimization, and strengthen communication between the department and the community. They also developed a bicycle registration program for residents, along with a security checklist where citizens can request a detective to analyze their home security and identify areas of weakness. So if anybody has a bicycle that they'd like to register, come see us, and we will put a sticker on your bike and record that. Several of the community events that were present at, of course, Sunset at Sunset, the Thursday markets, holiday tree lighting, jazz in the park, Wednesday night concerts, Memorial Day ceremonies that we talked about. We try to be in situations where we're not called for service. We want to be involved with the community. We want to be part of the community, not just when things are bad or not just when the blue lights turn on behind you. We want to be there at these sort of things and make an impact with our community. We also did our trunk or treat again this year, which is something that started when I first came to Sunset Beach. This is something that is available for any child in Brunswick County or beyond. If you want to come to our trunk or treat, everything's free. And we try to put on a safe event for children during the holiday season. Some technology improvements throughout the year. We received, again, for the second year in a row, a grant from the North Carolina Chiefs of Police Association that fully funds our personnel management software, which is called Essential Personnel. What this does is track employee development, performance, and training certificates, personnel matters, anything that we need to track, all things personnel. We started upgrading our focus cameras to a company called Verkada, which has the air card in every single camera. So instead of relying on a power source, we have an air card that's able to give us source right there at the camera. We currently have 10 locations throughout town that have the Verkada cameras. We also have a trial going with Flock, where we have 2 Flock license plate readers that are at 2 ends of the town. So as vehicles come in and pass by those cameras, we're able to obtain data if it's needed for a criminal justice purpose. And I want to highlight, because I know there's a lot of questions about Flock, what it does. We only access those for criminal justice purposes. So for example, if your car gets stolen and you wake up the next morning and you realize your car is now gone and you call me, one of the things I'm going to do is check the town's cameras, Flock being one of those cameras. So for a criminal justice purpose, I can search your license plate and I can get a direction of travel that perhaps your vehicle went, which can give us kind of an idea where to start looking to recover your vehicle. That is how those are used. We continue to use GovDeals to offload surplus equipment and property that we no longer have a use for. In this year alone, we've sold over $16,400 worth of equipment that we're able to use for other needs. We were afforded the opportunity to join with the county in the Project Lifesaver. So as a generous donation from Sunset Vision, they purchased the Project Lifesaver antenna for us. And we didn't have that for 10 days. And it was put to use when a man went missing, had been gone overnight. Once our team arrived on site with the Project Lifesaver, we were able to locate this gentleman within 20 minutes of arriving on site, and he was stuck in the marsh, waist deep in the mud. So the officers that were involved in that were recognized at the end of the year with a life-saving award. Had we not found him and the tide came in, it could have been catastrophic. We also had several promotions this year. We worked with HR to establish the comprehensive pay plan, which Ms. Swinney talked about. We were able to promote a captain's position. This position was available upon the promotion of the previous captain to assistant chief in Stan Gerganis, and Captain Brandon Gray, after a long search and multiple batteries of tests, was promoted into that position. Whoops, I went too fast. The detective sergeant promotion, that vacancy was filled by an employee that was a detective, and that position became available upon the departure of the previous detective sergeant. Captain Gray's position left a sergeant's position open, and that position was filled by Officer Christian Bell Osenkoski. Some operational achievements. Each year we participate in the Governor's Highway Safety Program. So different campaigns throughout the year, such as Click It or Ticket, Booze It and Lose It, as they call them, are put out. And when the department participates in those campaigns and we report the number of citations that we issue, the number of cars that we stop related to the enforcement campaign, we're eligible for free stuff. I like free stuff. And this year we had 3 alcohol sensors that were valued at $650 a piece, 1 Golden Eagle 2 radar valued at $3,200 for a total cost savings of $5,150 to the residents of Sunset Beach. Part of our budget this year, in an effort to promote wellness among the police officers, every employee underwent a mental health screening with the FMRT group. Though the FMRT group conducts pre-employment psychological screening, fitness for duty evaluations, and behavioral health support for public safety agencies. The goal was to ensure that if there were any concerns identified through our people, that we were there for them and that we offered them the help that they needed. Each year with the North Carolina Chiefs of Police Association, which I'm on that board, I host the North Carolina Chiefs Leadership Institute in Salemburg. I hosted that last year in March. It'll be again coming up this year in March. We made a transition to the Glock 9mm from our 40 caliber Glocks that had some age on them. These 9mm pistols are equipped with an optical sight. The goal there was to better or to improve our qualification scores. And we saw an overall average of an increase of about 6% in qualification scores, with the highest increase being 13.4%. So in conclusion, this year's achievements reflect a continued commitment to professionalism, community partnership, and service excellence. Through ongoing training, meaningful community engagement, and strategic initiatives, the department has strengthened its ability to serve the town effectively while laying a solid foundation for continued growth and success in the year ahead. Any questions?
Very good. Thank you.
No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If there are any department heads left that does not have anything else, they're welcome to go home.
Okay.
I'm sure they have. Next up will be our discussion items. The 4th Street parking lot configuration.
I think Mr. Claymore wants to say a few
Yeah.
things.
Well, as you know, the 4th Street parking lot
40th
configuration
Street,
has, or 40th Street. West Main at 40th Street, not 4th Street. West Main at 40th, at the dead end there, has received a lot of comments, a lot of concerns from the neighbors, a lot of concerns from the homeowners there on the ocean front that have their driveways blocked, have damage to their properties due to vehicles that are backing out that maybe hit their private property. And there's a lot of concerns with the 40th Street parking area. I can't count the number of emails that I've had in the last year. And one of the discussion items is what to do with it. Do we leave it? Do we eliminate it? Do we change it back to parallel? And I think that's important to understand before we get into the RFP, or the RFQ rather, that's going to be on the agenda later tonight. And I think it's important to have a way forward before we get into the swing of the season. So that was the town administrator in me. So now the police chief says, I don't like it. I'll just be blunt. I don't like the 40th Street configuration at all. I don't like when I'm traveling down West Main Street and there's a vehicle parked in front of me that I have to swerve out and around to get into that parking space to find out if at the end of that row of parking, there's an available space. And if there's not, now what do I do? If I'm driving a dually pickup truck, what do I do? There's not enough room for me to turn around. Well, I could throw it in reverse. Now I'm in a dually. So I don't have a dually, but hypothetically, I throw it in reverse and I'm going backwards and there's kids running across the street trying to get to the beach. And it's a dangerous situation. I just don't like it. The fire department, Public Works was there. We went out and parked a bunch of cars, brought in a fire truck. They put the ladder up to show that, hey, we can do this. And fire will tell you, if there's a fire, they're going to get in. They're going to find a way. If there's a car in the way, they're going to push it out of the way to save lives and to put a fire out. But I think there's a better solution. My suggestion would be that we go back to parallel. I'm open for other comments, though.
Well, I'd like to say that from the emails that we received and looking at information that was given to us, there's probably been maybe 5 to 7 reports written on top of what citizens have told us that occurred there. I think what the chief has said here, I'm on board with restoring that area back to what it originally was. I think we've kind of created a little bit of a problem there. It's a hardship on the neighbors. I understand from some of the people that live there that they've spent several $1,000s trying to secure their property as far as causing any more damage. What they originally had there has been damaged, knocked down, destroyed. They've had to put up something sturdier, more supportive, and we shouldn't have created that kind of a hardship on the homeowners in that area. So I'm on board with restoring that end of Main Street at 40th back to its original state.
I also would like to reiterate what both of the gentlemen said regarding 40th Street and Main. We have more vehicles there than ever. We have blocked access for residents. We have pedestrian crossings there that are often not safe. We have people that just gather there in the road, people that stop in the middle of the road to unload or reload after coming to the beach. That area is just not functioning safe at all, and we need an interim action to make that safer.
Yes, sir.
That area site where it is now, or giving more people access to the last the parking. Sorry. That area designed to add more spaces for people that want to go to the park at the end, or to go down to Bird Island. If you
Well,
will.
yes, in a way. And in the evening at the sunset hour down there, it's totally packed out many nights. All the spots are taken. People just literally park in the road, sometimes 4 deep, in the middle of the road to see the sunset. So, you know, you can't even really drive down there and turn around at that point in the evening. Even after redoing that area, I mean, there may need to be extra patrols down there just to keep that from getting congested, because it is so beautiful down there, and a lot of people go there to see it since the park's there even more.
Now, when Main Street is open for parking, will that provide some of the spaces that will be lost, if you wish, for that 40th Street thing? Are there parking spaces close enough that people will feel that they still have access?
Yes. I don't think there'll ever be enough for down there personally, because it's a highly desirable area, but we've got to balance safety in there.
I'm
Yeah,
just-
But there are, but you know, like I said, a lot of people, even on a beautiful day, even with the current configuration, have to park at North Shore. Often that North Shore back there at 40th is also full, all those spaces back there on that corner, because that area is such a desirable area for everyone to go.
Okay, I just wanted to try to point out why I thought this was done
Yeah.
the way it is.
Anybody else got any questions?
It is a very unsafe environment. We know that. A picture is worth 1,000 words. We've seen pictures on social media. We've seen pictures that people have sent us. We've actually seen for ourselves how unsafe it is. You cannot go down there and do a 3-point turn. It's like a 5 or 6-point turn. We know it's congested. We know it's unsafe. Do you need a motion? I think you do to take action. If so, I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, I think, just direction on it.
Well, I think you're hearing from our council, Mr. Rom, if you want to weigh in, unless you have something new to say.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I've gone down there fishing many a times, and I haven't been down there since they've gone to perpendicular parking. But it looks, when I've gone down there and looked at it, it just doesn't look safe at all to me. But yes, I would definitely be for changing it.
So, Chief Claiborne, I think the pleasure of this council is to take it back to parallel parking to work with your public safety. You, as a public safety officer, and our fire chief as a public safety officer, as well as our public works director, to take it back to parallel parking, ensure that we have adequate handicap spaces down there. And, you know, we use that as a drop-off area as well, just to make sure maybe it's marked that this would be the appropriate place for a drop-off area.
That's what I wanted to ask. Make sure we do have a place, if we can configure it in there, where we can have a drop-off so they can, and then go back and park, you know, when the streets are whatever, just to give as much people access as we can, but then again, make sure our citizens are safe coming in and out of there.
Right. We'll try and bring you something that shows what that plan will look like before we actually go out and do the work.
Okay.
Very good.
All
right.
Just at the end, when we have that, at the end, you'll be able to ask questions then. All right, moving on now. Old business, Auto Connect, paid parking recap and initiatives for 2026. Come on up, ma'am.
Hello.
Is it on?
Do you have my presentation? Oh no. I can start
Yes,
if
ma'am.
you want. Okay. So this is actually almost identical to what we gave earlier. So I'm gonna breeze through it, but obviously if you have any questions, let me know. I know we have some points of discussion that we can talk about towards the end. The first slide that you guys have in front of you is the parking revenue. 2023 and 2024. Those were no zone violations given by parking and by law enforcement. And then in 2025, that was last year. That's when we started paid parking. The revenue is 466,000, and the number of parked vehicles was over 43,000 vehicles. The next would be revenue breakdown by month. What you're going to see here is March and April. Those are big months because you had your resident permit sales and season permit sales. Also, April, spring break. Then a little bit of a dip in March, and then an upswing June, July, and then back down August, September, and October. Any questions on those first two? Okay. The next would be visitor permits sold by month. That's going to be that bar graph. You'll see April was actually a pretty good month for you all because of spring break from the northern towns. Then down in May, up June, July, obviously with July 4th. Yeah, so now I think the fourth slide. Yeah, that one. Perfect. Thank you. And then back down August, September, and October. So these are just visitor permits sold. This is not including the resident and season. Those are the next slide. So we'll go to the next one. Okay, so season permits. This is going to look almost exactly like the next slide I'm going to show you. Huge uptick March and April, and that's people getting ready to go to the beach. They're buying their season permits early. In March and April, and then they're using them while they can throughout the summer. The next slide is resident permits sold. A lot of your residents registered in March and April. Oh, thank you. March and April, thank you. March and April, and you're not going to see this slide next year because it's free for your residents now. Citation report, the fun one. Okay, so this is actually, we were very pleased. The majority of your citations, the very high majority of your citations came from people arriving at the beach, doing what they've always done, walking out onto the sand, coming back, they see a ticket on their car because they didn't know that it was paid parking yet. That's why we offer the same day violation rate. So if you parked in an appropriate manner in a valid parking spot and you just forgot to pay, you come back on the citation. There's a $25 citation rate as long as you pay by the end of the day, by midnight. And people utilize that. We had an 86.3% payment rate for violations. That's fantastic. That's better than any other town we serve. That's great. The other notable line item on this chart is the non-LSVs and LSV only spaces. This is something we're going to chat about a little bit more. I know we put a couple LSV spaces on Canal, and I think there are ways that we can improve that, and we can talk about that more. Any questions on this chart? Okay, awesome. Parked vehicle and citation trends, like I said, we were very pleased. 8.8% in April. That's typical. That's higher than we like to see, but again, brand new paid parking, that's very typical for a new town. Steady decrease for the rest of the year with a little uptick in October. That's very typical. It's a new group that comes in. they're not paying attention to signage. They're going to the beach to fish or what have you. And we were very pleased by the total 5.8%. We do want to make it lower, and we've got some ideas on how to do that. We do an assessment at the end of every year. I've driven this beach up and down multiple times since the end of paid parking. We've got some ideas to help you guys out. Permits and violation payment rates. Like I said, your violation payment rate is extremely high. We're very happy with that. Season permits were a huge revenue driver. Hourly and daily permits, obviously, up there as well. Resident permits, you will be losing that revenue this year. It was close to 54,000, something to note. Any questions on this chart? I know I'm going a bit fast. I feel like you guys have had a lot of people standing up here talking at you today. So planning for 2026, we recommend no changes. For the first 2 years of paid parking, we like to see how it goes. Now, y'all have already had a lot of changes, and it sounds like more to come, which I'm glad we're talking about, in regards to where the spaces are and what kind of spaces there are. I would not change anything else. I think if we add or subtract dates, it can get a little bit confusing. If we change rates, I think it can be confusing. We want to see where everything lines up every year. So let's take the first 2 years, sit down and reflect at the end of this one, because we're in 2026 now, and see if there's anything that we can do after that. I love adding the 2 1 hour spaces. I think we already have those signs ordered, and we're happy to help Matt figure out where the businesses want them to be and kind of work there. I think they should be grouped in pairs and not just scattered, but we can talk about that more. Like I said, Canal Street, there's a lot of random, not a lot, I think 7 random-ish LSV spaces. I think we should either take those spaces away or see if we can make them vehicle spaces. What happens is, on a Saturday at 11 o'clock, your island is filled, right? On a beautiful day, and people see the LSV spaces open and they go, well, I think I can fit my truck in there. And a lot of times they can't. And unfortunately, their tires are in the road or overhanging a drainage ditch. And so we want to kind of remove some of that confusion. Additionally, we've been looking at different ways to label our signs so they're a bit more pronounced when you're looking at them, that they are LSV spaces and what is allowed to park in the LSV space. Parking permits for 2026. We are rolling over all of the 2025 permits that are still residents of Sunset Beach so that they will not have to re-register this year. That being said, if you're worried about whether your car is in there, feel free to sign into the app after February 1st. And you can look and see if your resident permits are still there, or give us a call and we're happy to look up your license plate and see and make sure that your or your resident permit was rolled over appropriately. Season permits, we'd love to start selling them whenever you're ready, but hopefully February 1st. What questions can I answer for you?
As far as the LSV spots on Canal Street, will you work with Public Works to determine how's that process going to work?
Yeah, so we've gone out with Matt before, and we're happy to do it again.
Okay.
I'm down here all the time, and I think I was out here last week, and took another look and another count, and I think there are a couple, and I recognize why they were made LSV spaces. I just think maybe 1 or 2 of them, maybe we get rid of them, and I think there might be 2 or 3 that we may have the space to make them a full parking space.
All right, thank you.
And I also think, like you said and was discussed, I know Chief discussed it with us too, is extra signage on those that are LSV, so they stand out because that verbiage is so little in
Yeah.
there. I mean, you have to get right up on it to
So,
tell.
I think you'll be very pleased with the first drafts that we've done, and I can send them over to you all to take a look at. But it is now it's almost like green border when we're still working on it, right? But it's very in your face now. The font is much, much bigger.
Is it below the actual sign?
We can do both. We can do both. So what we have right now is where it says the zone, there's another line and it states, LSVs, carts, motorcycles only. And then we also have those smaller signs that we talked about that, state it twice. I think the color hopefully will draw more people to take a look at it. I do think the green bumpers were pretty effective. That was one of the first when I would talk with the CSRs when we would get calls. They said, "Oh, I saw that green bumper and I just knew I was wrong." And then they didn't do it again, right? But I do think with the amount of LSV spaces that you're going to have on Main Street, I don't think adding any more makes any sense, but I do think removing some of them or changing them will help. Because while the signage could absolutely be better, I do think adding more spaces so that cars have people just love coming to your island. You'll never have enough room. And so I think that helps as well.
You're changing the parking spaces to regular parking spaces. Matt, you recognize that there's a certain area you have to be careful not to impede anybody's driveway or their ability to come out of their driveway. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, rather give up one car space than impede somebody's ability to come out. Okay.
Absolutely.
And I know we're asked a lot about the fees for parking, and I know when we met, y'all explained that they can't be increased. If you want to
Correct.
elaborate on that. for
Yes,
everybody.
yeah, we are legally not allowed to increase them. They are what they are, and we can't go any higher up. We have the late fees, and we are allowed to do that. However, the base fee cannot exceed $50 unless it's for parking in a handicap spot with no handicap placard or something extreme like that. Exactly.
Right.
Oh, and this is Dale. He's our director of parking for Brunswick County.
Dale.
It's a pleasure, council. Is there anything you'd like to go ahead and put in tonight? Stance on this going forward, as far as times, fees, periods. What is pleasure, council?
Well, I'll make a motion to get us started. Doesn't get a second, it dies, so be it. Before I say this, though, I know we're going to make 50% happy, and we're going to make 50% unhappy. But just a few things before I say what I want to say about my motion. Our taxpayers have already paid $766,000 of our money to upfit the island. We know, we saw the revenue, but we know that we're $300,000 in the hole. We know that people don't always go to the beach. We have many of the people in our community that don't go to the beach, but they still had to pay this. So the onus has to be on people that use our beach. We know that we're $300,000 in the hole. We know that we've not upfit Main Street. We don't have signs out there. We don't have posts out there. That comes with a cost. We know that we have to reserve money back for maintenance. We know that we're going to have repairs. We know that we're going to have vandalism. It just happens. So we know that if we were to alter our season, we were to do something different than what we did this year, we would have to change signs. We also know that we're going to have to deal with the concentration of people that are going to be there, which means we would have to put the burden on our taxpayers to pay for police protection. Not police protection, but police enforcement. We know that's going to come with a cost. I just don't want the public to think that my motion is going to be about revenue. It's about returning the revenue back to our taxpayers. We have communities that have reached out to us that want us to give a discount to Brunswick County people. We have a 16% tax. When you look at surrounding areas, Calabash has 7 cents. That's to our 16 cents. Carolina Shores has 10 cents. That's to our 16 cents. Ocean Isle Beach has 13 cents. That's to our 16. People like the Thistle, Ocean Ridge, and Ash, they don't pay any incorporated taxes. They're not incorporated. So that difference could be some money for them to come use our beach because they need to pay. So I'm going to make a motion here. Motion's going to be to set the Island Beach parking season for the 2026 to be April 1st to October 31st with the same fees and passes and the same schedule of penalties. In addition to this, we do need to say that a parcel owner will receive up to 2 free season passes. We did not actually do that before. So that's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is our RFP for island parking legality and safety study. Chief, you got something for us on this one?
I do, Mr. Mayor. You have before you the RFP that was put together that's asking for a professional study to evaluate vehicle and pedestrians, traffic circulation, safety, and parking, and identify problem areas, analyze pedestrian activity, and evaluate the need for sidewalks, crosswalks, and accessibility to public facilities and businesses, evaluate current directional and parking signage, and seek input from the town council and the community at large through public hearings and other means in order to understand the issues, and then summarize the findings and offer suggestions for improvement. Scope of work is outlined in the RFP. I'm not going to read this line for line. We're going to keep everybody till midnight. But there are some dates at the back which are important for us to look at. So the selection time frame, the RFQ is issued with the timeline of January 21. Qualifications, proposal submittal deadline February 4th. Staff reviews and ranks top 3 to 5 February 6th. Town council selection of firms to interview by February 9th. Interviews and selection February 12th. Negotiations commence with that firm February 16th. With a cost proposal submitted February 20th. And finally, a council decision February 24th of 2026. You'll note up top too, the general information consultant submits the copies received no later than 5 p.m. on February 4th. I did mention that earlier. My apologies.
Excuse me, is this a traffic parking study, or is this, which one is this?
It's on page 81 and it says traffic.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yep. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're determining the impact on both.
That's like,
How does one affect the other?
Mr. Claimer, one of the, on page 84, it says analyze 40th Street. We do need to take that out before it goes to the advertisement is published, since that's about 40th Street.
Correct.
If you could take that out.
It's letter L.
Yes.
I'd also like to see us maybe institute something in the paragraph, maybe in page 85, where key staff from this, whatever firm we decide to use are not residents or taxpayers of Sunset Beach, because I don't want a skewed review in any way.
Would we legally be able to do
I don't know
that?
that we can do that.
All
I
they
don't-
have to do is certify they're not.
No. I'm saying, I don't know that we could,
You don't know if legally we can do that.
right. I don't think legally we could prevent somebody from giving us a RFP.
No, but we can ask, we can decide if they tell us that they are at Sunset Beach, we can decide that maybe that's something we want to mark as a problem before we hire them.
I think what you just said is illegal.
I don't think so.
And I
Well, we'll check with our legal. Yeah.
if there's no more discussion, I would like to make
Is
a
there any
motion.
more discussion? Any more discussion? If not, what is the pleasure of council in regards to this?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the RFP and ask Mr. Clamer to ask the deputy clerk to go ahead and have this advertised. I think it was January the 21st in the paper, and then bring it back to council according to the timeline.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving on now, new business, CPE service agreement and scope of work for Jinx Creek Phase 2.
Oh.
Brad Russ, I guess it's Russ. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Brad Rosa. I'm with Coastal Protection Engineering, or CPE, out of Wilmington. Y'all can hear me all right, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Back in, I get my timeline right here. I don't want to spend too much time on the background here, so I'll go very briefly, a high-level overview on this project, and you're welcome to ask me as many questions, of course, as you'd like, in as great detail as you'd like. But let's rewind just a little bit. Almost about a year ago, back in February, you all had issued an RFQ for a Jinx Creek realignment project, a dredging project in Jinx Creek. And that contract was awarded to our firm, CPE, later in June of this past year. And since that time, we've been working on your behalf. On the first phase of the project, we entered into the first contract with you all to help initiate the project, which again, it's a dredging project to connect your most recent dredging project that was completed about a year ago in South Jinx Creek, to connect it over across to improve navigation for constituents of the town, residents, visitors, and the like, to get over closer towards Tubbs Inlet. Now, this project had been in the works probably 2 years or so. We've been involved with the folks over at Palm Cove as well. They first initiated the need for this project, recognizing they had erosion on their Jinx Creek or estuarine shoreline portion. You know, as you well know, they're protected by that sandbag revetment. Through their permits for that sandbag revetment, they were required by the state to seek a long-term solution to that erosion. We started helping Palm Cove. This is again back before we started working on behalf of the town, but we helped work with them to kind of conceptualize a solution for their shoreline erosion. And what we looked at doing at the time was kind of a two birds, one stone situation by connecting your navigation project and then taking the dredge spoils of the good beach quality sand and utilizing it to restore their shoreline, and thereby providing them with a long-term solution to their shoreline erosion. So we worked with the town, we worked with the HOA, and we helped facilitate an MOU that was established between the two entities that would allow basically the town to go after grant funding for this Jinx Creek realignment project. In this MOU, 100% of the funds that are matched for this state fund, the state grant, is paid 100% by the HOA. So none of the funds for this realignment project are at the burden of the town. And so now we've done some of our initial legwork on this project. We entered into phase 1. We did some initial data acquisition. We collected some current and velocity, physical data that we need to help understand how best to move forward with this project. We also did some preliminary permitting agency coordination to ensure that the project is still a viable project from a regulatory standpoint. We passed that kind of sniff test. We had an interagency scoping meeting Chief Claymore was in attendance for that. And the agencies did not balk at the project. We're basically able to proceed as planned with this project. And so now we're looking to enter into phase 2 of the project, which is the next contract, which will take us into kind of the meat and potatoes of this project. Now that we kind of have a conceptual idea what it looks like, we've got some additional data to support moving forward. Now we can enter into what's called like the numerical modeling study and the engineering analysis that will give us the information needed to then enter into the permitting phase of the project. This is probably about another 7, 8, 9 month study that we're looking to get into, such that we can submit the permit applications and then move in towards construction of this navigation project. So that's where we are tonight. And so what's before you tonight is that phase 2 contract, and it's somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, $340,000. Again, this is all reimbursable by the state from a grant. The grant was received to the town for in the neighborhood of $3.9 million about a year and change ago, I believe. And so when these invoices come in, they wind up being reimbursed by the state. And again, 100% is burdened by the HOA, not the town for this one. Do you have any questions?
Member Council got some questions?
We probably have a lot of questions, but this is the first that we've heard of this tonight.
Okay.
Of course, we got our agenda packet. We looked through things, but at this point, I don't know that I feel comfortable enough asking any questions. I don't have enough information. Do you all feel the same way, or is it just me?
Well, I'm going to say that I feel the same way you do. It was not this. What I'm going to suggest is we table this, and here's why. We've on our side of the house, we have discovered there's some things that we haven't been able to recover as far as costs. We're just learning about this. I feel we need to have a meeting amongst all the players to sit down and make sure that we're covering all of our costs in particular. This isn't about stopping it or anything like that, but we need to meet and get everybody together, all the players together, and make sure we're all on the same page. What we found out here in the last 5 or 6 days is we have not all the costs have been captured on our side of the house. We need to do that. So I think going forward, I'd like to see us just table this. We're going to be back here at the end of the month for another meeting. And in that meantime, in that time frame, we can get together and let's talk and make sure we're all on the same page going forward. That's the biggest thing I have to say about that.
And I would agree, Brad. And I think we've got to identify on our side. We realized in looking at some numbers, Katie and I were meeting with Tara, and there's some labor dollars that were associated with our staff that need to be captured and billed out, which needs to be done. We need to first wrap up phase 1 before we start with phase 2. Are you considering everything in phase 1 now complete? I know we got an invoice today. A lot of this stuff is rolling in today to us, to be honest. More facts. So is that your end of billing based on?
That was
it
100% of phase 1.
Okay.
And so that was for the contract for our services. And in the MOA that was signed between the town and the HOA, there are stipulations in there that allows for the HOA to reimburse the town for some of those other soft costs, for attorney fees, administrative fees. And so that's kind of outside of my purview, but I know that's in that MOA as well.
And us just looking at all the details and digging into those, we're like, we need to wrap up that. And I think moving forward for phase 2, we need to understand what kind of town labor is truly going to be needed, especially from a project management perspective. And what is needed there? Is that something the town will provide, or is that something we outsource out to another project man? Not sure.
Right.
We need to look at all that. We need to look at all that before we commit to anything moving forward.
I support tabling, Mr. Arnold.
I just make a motion to table this.
I second that motion.
Would it be helpful? I guess we could either have a presentation here at the next council meeting, or we could have an internal meeting, present to you a little more of the details of the project, whatever suits you all.
Let us,
the HOA. And
let us satisfy.
Okay, sure.
There's a motion on the floor, and I second it. Let's vote on this, and then we'll answer your questions.
Got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor of tabling this and like I said, we can look at at the end and putting that on disposition of directors for the February meeting, which is virtually 2.5 weeks away.
Aye.
Aye.
Uh,
Aye.
What we'll do. Then
To
in
answer your-
between then, they can get in with Ken, get a meeting set up, maybe bring it in with a couple of councilmen or something, just so they can get everybody up to date.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
If you all have any questions in between as well,
Yeah, he'll be in
reach out.
touch immediately so we can get this
Sounds
carried
good.
on. They just, some questions that need to be answered before they feel comfortable going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next up, let's see, we moved to 3.8 up, so that's request to advise and schedule a public hearing UDO mud signage. Come on, Kathy. Hey, Brad, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're
Ron.
good.
Ron.
You guys ready? Can
Wait,
you hear
I
me?
think did we skip
Uh-huh.
that one? Surplus equipment. Or
We
did
moved,
That
we
better?
changed it.
No,
That's
okay.
what we changed at the beginning.
You got it now.
Thank you.
It'll go down. Just a minute, yeah. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Hey, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, we are here to request for you to schedule a public hearing for your meeting. I believe it's February 2nd, your meeting in February. The purpose of the meeting with the public hearing will be to consider an amendment to the Land Development Code or the Unified Development Ordinance to create signage standards in the mixed-use district. I know you've had the packet for a few days. I don't know if you have any specific questions, but obviously next month we'll plan to go through a much lengthier presentation so you can fully understand what the request is.
Each member of council had a chance to look over this.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is the pleasure of council in regards to having I'm sorry, I got
Public
mixed up
hearing.
on that one.
Public hearing.
Yeah, the public hearing at our February meeting.
So moved. I'll make that motion that we set the date our next and ask our clerk to advertise.
Thank you.
Yes.
Your public hearing, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that, Ron. All right, next up,
problem.
they moved the one from the 1311 to 13.3. So the 1311 is the audit presentation. Auditor's here. Come on up.
Waiting a long time.
How you doing, sir?
Right. Hey, good evening. Here to present the audit for June 30th, 2025. My name is Lee Grissom. I'm audit partner at S. Preston Douglas and Associates. First off, I want to thank your finance officer who did a great job getting this audit out by September 25th, 2025, ahead of the December 31st deadline. And those of you who have been on the board, the deadline for many years was October 31st. So they've allowed 2 additional months to get the audit out and completed and not be considered late. We haven't had any issues with Sunset Beach in a long time. I've audited Sunset Beach, I guess 7 years at this point. So in summary, we issued an unmodified opinion. That's our highest level of assurance. Also referred to as a clean audit opinion on the June 30th, 2025 fiscal year. Really from all metrics, we submitted in conjunction with the audit, we submit some financial performance metrics to the local government commission. They were satisfied. There was nothing highlighted in red that the board needs to respond to. So good job there. There were no internal control findings, no issues with bank recs or purchasing controls, or there's no budget overage. There's some things that are kind of common in municipal auditing that we see. The accounting records were in great shape, just a few journal entries, which is normal. We didn't encounter any difficulties with management. There were no new accounting policies, and we didn't have any disagreements with management, and we didn't consult other auditors in our opinion. So really, it's just a really good audit overall. The general fund added 1.5 million to fund balance. And also important, you'll see this in the graph. This is only the second time the town's been over 12 months in reserve in your general fund. So that's like your emergency fund in your general fund. So you're in a really good spot. I'm not going to name any names. I audited another beach that's only at 25%. So you're at you're over 100% in reserve. So doing a great job. And really hasn't been an issue at any of the years that I've audited Sunset Beach. So so showing, good stewardship of the money of I saw some of the former board members here earlier, but it signals good stewardship and working with the staff that you have to make sure everything just stays in line. You'll see this in a moment. Let's go ahead and look at the graphs. Next year I'll do a PowerPoint. We're working on that. But we'll go through this pretty quickly. But everything you'll see is up and to the right. That's what you want to see. Very positive trends. 2015 to 2025. The first one's analysis of fund balance, governmental funds. The blue line is your fund balance. The red line is restricted fund balance. And you're at the highest fund balance at June 30th, 2025 at 17 million. Next one, similarly, cash, all funds, very nice up and to the right trend the last 11 fiscal years. You're at 16.3 million, so trending nicely there. Next one is, as I've already touched on, this is the emergency fund and your general fund. This is number of months in reserve, general fund. And you've just been strong. I mean, the town's been strong over the last 10 years, ranging, getting close to 100% in reserve, which is 12 months in reserve. So that's unassigned fund balance in the general fund relative to your general fund expenditures. So essentially you have 12 months in reserve to cover the general fund expenditures. So you're at 106%, and the next highest year was at 101% back in 2018. So strong general fund balance. That's also a great thing. The local government commission loves to see that. Auditors love to see that. So really good overall. Next one, long-term debt by fiscal year. I saw Tara had up the list of your long-term debt. I think most of it's a fire truck. So at June 30th, 2025, you're at $1.5 million in long-term debt. Last one, property tax collection percentage, really high here, almost 99.73%, basically on par with the previous 10 fiscal years. So really just to hit the key points, unmodified opinion, also referred to as a clean audit opinion. There were no internal control findings. The financial trends look good. Really, there's really nothing negative to say from my standpoint. Is there any questions?
I'd like to thank Tara and her team for all their work on this and all year long. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Tara.
Next up.
I think we need to have a motion to accept his report.
Sir, what's your pleasure, Council, in regards to the audit report? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the audit report year ending June 30th, 2025.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No opposed? Aye. Moving on now, equipment surplus, Public Works.
All right, so we currently have a piece of machinery down in Public Works. We actually, I know your papers say 2017. It was actually bought in July of 2018. My apologies for that. We got it originally to service the pervious sidewalk on the island. After we received it, we found out shortly after that it was not doing the job that it was intended to do. It currently sits at our shop. We run it every so often to at least get it out and moving. We had recently, probably 2 years ago, I believe it was, we purchased a mower head on it to just try to keep it in service and justify why we were keeping it. But with all the different terrains and the uneven grounds around here, that we're not able to use it as often as we'd like to. So we'd like to ask your permission to put the advertisement on GovDeals, and since it would bring over, I think 30,000 is the threshold for GovDeals, we need to bring it before council and ask for your permission to advertise.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to this?
We're not using it. Might as well sell it.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion unless there's comments. Move for the Department of Public Works to surplus the multi-hauler.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks, Matt.
All right.
Next up, stay up there, Matt, 429 4th Street fence purchase. Go ahead with that one, sir.
All right. So at 429 4th Street, as you just mentioned, Mayor, we have a fence lining the perimeter of the property. This has been through code and believe through legal and everything as far as fencing it off and keeping the property owners off of it. I don't know where we stand with that. I have not been privy to that information as of recent. But I do know that as of right now, in your papers, we've spent $9,300 for renting this fence. The next renewal is February 4th, which is $7,400. So in total, you'd be looking at $16,711 to get us through who knows when. It could be 3 months. It could be another year or two. So what we're proposing is to buy the fencing and we install it before the renewal. And if we're able to get the permission tonight to buy, we can order it tomorrow and get it in here before they take up the rented property. So
I got two questions.
I'll try to answer.
Who's going to take down the fencing that we are already renting? Will they or you?
Yes, they installed it. They will take it down.
Okay. And they will take it down in time for new fencing to go up?
Yes, sir.
Second question, we're paying to have the new, the fencing we're buying to be put up by your people?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a cost on what you think that will be?
As far as labor? No, just the total amount of the property itself or the fencing itself. I could get that for you, but I still know that it would be cheaper than renewing.
Staff, talking about a cost.
So we've got like 16,000 versus that we're going to rent something.
Potentially, yes.
Versus 5,000 to purchase it, and we know we have to have it.
Right.
And this is for the 4th Street, the
429
429 4th Street, that we're going to assess back to that property owner.
That's possibly, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I mean, we will do that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll do that.
All right.
For sure.
I'd like to thank y'all for bringing this up as a
Yes.
savings
Mhm.
to the town right now, as well as to the property that's in legal issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any other discussion before a motion? I would move that we go with the lowest quote to purchase the 29 6-foot panels from Broadmoor Industries at $5,928.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you all.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, next up. We are shallow draft navigational dredging assessments, waiver of acceleration request. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, there are two properties that have requested a waiver. 1222 Riverside requested a waiver on 12/9 and has made a payment so far of $2,594.35. And 313 Stokes Drive requested waiver on 12/31 and to date have made payment of $2,675. They're asking for a waiver in the payment for the amount owned or for the future amount that's owned. Some time.
It's a pleasure, Council, in regards to this. What's your questions on this?
I'd like to make a motion to waive acceleration for the aforementioned property owners to allow for the remaining installments to be reinstated so that they fall due as if there had been no default.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next up. Resolution USACE Wilmington Harbor 403 Navigational Project.
Mr. Mayor, this request is for the approval of resolution urging state and federal agencies to require comprehensive environmental mitigation, long-term monitoring, and adaptive management for the Wilmington Harbor 403 project. We're asking council to approve that resolution tonight if you so choose, with the information provided to you there.
What's your pleasure, council? Y'all have all looked over this?
We
What's the
have.
pleasure of council in regards to this?
I move that we approve the resolution urging robust mitigation, long-term monitoring, and adaptive management for the Wilmington Harbor 403 project and authorize distribution to relevant state and federal agencies.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up,
And you can
resolution, the GSATS Policy Committee members.
Mr. Mayor, this is to request town council to approve two resolutions officially designated Shine Arnold as a replacement member and Mike Posdell as the alternate member to the Grand Strand Area Transportation Policy Committee, or GSATS.
Pleasure of council here.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolutions appointing Sean Arnold as replacement member and Mike Posdell as alternate member to the GSTATS Policy Committee and authorize staff to transmit the resolutions to Elizabeth Tucker.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Next up, Police Department weight room remodel repurpose.
Mr. Mayor, this before you is to consider approving. We have quotes for work that exceed just over $5,000, so this needs to come to you as a capital item. So we have surplused all of our equipment from our weight room, and we'd like to repurpose that room into offices for our detectives. The detectives' offices then will be vacated, and at least one of those will be filled by Captain Brandon Gray, who is currently working out of the interview room. The materials and the work would be done in-house with the exception of BFPE, which would have to move the fire monitoring system in that room, and some electric work, moving some lights and along with the BFPE. This can be funded from monies that remain in building improvements that were budgeted in this fiscal year. Or also we could use money that we've gained, as we talked about earlier, from surplus of previous equipment in the amount of $16,400. So this would not require any sort of budget amendment. We just need the approval to do the work since it's a capital expenditure.
What's the amount you have totaled? I'm having a hard time figuring that out.
Give me just a second and I can give you that total amount. Maybe I can't. I believe it's just shy of $7,000. My apologies for not adding up the quotes.
Like 69.45?
Correct. That's just shy of 7.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to this?
I'll make a motion that we approve the remodel and repurpose of the police department weight room.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we'll be jumping down to adoption of suggested rules of procedure for council, advisory boards, and committees.
Mr. Mayor, each of you received a copy of the UNC School of Government's suggested rules of procedure for a city council, which is the 4th edition. The recommendation before you is to adopt those rules for the city council as the standard for town council and town boards.
What's the pleasure of council here? Go ahead, Mike.
A question. What date for the council as well as the boards, since I don't know if they all have copies of what we're talking about. We're gonna.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
I'm looking for what date this will be effective. I know town council can do it today, we've all got copies. But I'm not sure if all the other, our tree board and the planning board have copies of this book as well to read it and understand it.
When we asked the former town administrator to order these,
Yep,
this,
I got mine.
they also have a booklet for the town board, so it won't be this one. It'll be a different one for town boards. It's a suggested for town boards.
Okay.
It took, Kimberly, correct me if I'm wrong, less than a week to get them in.
Okay.
So maybe March 1st. Is that what I heard you say, Mr. Mayor?
March. I mean,
Yeah.
give time to get it
Okay,
ready.
that's fine. I just didn't want to put them upon
No.
something and then they don't have to, they don't know what
If
they're
that's
doing.
pleasure of council. Oh, shit. So
Yeah.
What is pleasure of council in regards to this?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the UNC School of Government suggested rules of procedure for city council, for our town council, and for that to be effective next council meeting, and for our town boards to be effective March 1st.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up, let's see, skip down. Fiscal year 26-27 budget calendar. Ms. Tara.
We've been busy tonight.
And height.
So I had sent out these dates to everybody to see if they were acceptable. Each meeting basically has a description of how we move through it. The February 2nd would be our kickoff at our council meeting, which is basically feedback from all of you. What direction do you see for us? What projects? It's a starting point for staff to kind of know how we're going to proceed forward. Are there any other conflicts with any of the other dates or any questions about this at all?
Thank you for coordinating.
Is everyone good with the date? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Would I have a motion? Do we accept this budget calendar?
I'd
Go
like
ahead,
to-
Mike, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the budget calendar fiscal year 2026, 2027 as proposed.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you. All right, Tara, thank you. All right, that's the end of that. So now we're going to our disposition of directives. Let's see. We got the 8-6 and the 8-7 that were done tonight. We'll be looking over those again coming into that meeting. The Coastal Protection Emergency Service Agreement. Y'all want to put that on February's?
We can leave it on there if we,
Yeah, if we come up
Yes,
with that. And then the public hearing, of course, that'll be on our February one.
Okay.
And then our budget. We'll have that on there to be in there. Is there anything else? You want to remove that one? Bring it up.
Well,
Go ahead.
That's what I was told.
Yeah, if you want to.
There's one that's been on there, the review of town code park rules by town staff, and that's not, nothing's been said on that, so.
It's been on there for a long time. If it's
come
something you'd like
off.
to remove, we can.
I think we
we
should
inherited
remove it
that
and
one.
revisit it
Yeah.
as we go along if we need to put that back on there.
Yeah, I never did see a lot of stuff coming off that. Is there anything else?
Mr. Claymire mentioned he got a letter from a bank for an. I think it would be good for us to look at all of our external firms that we use, the banking, the auditing, the engineering. I'd like for us to have fresh set of eyes looking at things. And the way that we would do that is to set up an RFP where the ones that Mr. Claymire that you deem are ready for a contract renewal. Some of these may be under contracts that I just mentioned. Like, I don't know how long the auditing contract is. I know the gentleman said that he's been with us for 7 years. Towns and counties generally like to look at different auditors just to get different set of eyes on it. I don't know if we have a contract with the banking. I don't know if we have a contract with the engineering firms that we use, and any other entity that we may, external firms. You would look at that and bring that back to us at the February council meeting. Then I have an additional one. We've talked a lot about the July 4th celebration. We saw the presentation today by our event coordinator, and there are a lot of expenses in there that we think are over and beyond. And I would like to ask that we see a detailed, financial sheet on what's going to be offered, what is entailed in the July 4th, so that the public knows we heard it was 60,000. It's going to be 60,000 plus. I don't know that this council wants to spend that kind of money. And yes, I know it's our 250th anniversary, but I think we can still celebrate America and not spend that kind of money of taxpayer dollars.
Got a question. I know that we're talking about 60,000. We're not sure how much we're really talking about if we call some of it back. My question is, we have a great vehicle to put out a survey to our citizens saying, how would you like to see us celebrate our 250-year birthday? Would you like to see fireworks? Would you like to see banners? Would you like to see a parade? What would you like to see? And then let's take a survey based on the people who we serve and see what they want versus us making a decision with the 5 or 6 of us. I think that's the right way to go.
You want to do a survey for everything that we do? This is something in our purview to make a decision. If we start setting out surveys, we could set out a survey for everything. We should have set out a survey for the motion that I made for parking. I don't want to support that type of survey. I know
this is a very special thing. It's 250-year birthday, and I think that we should have what the people want. The only information we're getting regarding what we want to do or whatever are what we get from our friends, neighbors, and people who correspond to us directly with whatever it may be. I think we should open it up to the entire town and find out. And, we can evaluate based on the numbers we get. I don't think there's any harm in asking the people.
Won't we hear first what our event coordinator has?
Yeah, right now,
to say?
it's not like there's any kind of motion to do anything or stop anything.
We
All
just want
do
to
is
hear
just
what
ask
she's got
her.
to say, and
Yeah,
then
let her bring it up, and then we can decide at the next meeting or the next, whatever.
And not
Just try to get it
Mr.
figured
Postle,
out.
not to be against the survey, but at this stage, I think we need, as a council, we need to hear a comprehensive plan of what our taxpayers' burden is going to be to celebrate. And then perhaps we could look at a survey. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but right now, what I'm proposing that we do is to look to see what the plan is and how much is it going to cost us, with very firm numbers on what it's going to cost us.
In your discussion regarding survey, just to let you know that anytime anybody here decides to put something out on a survey, I'm going to bring up your exact quote that we should make decisions on our own without going through surveys. I will throw it up every time, just to let you know that we all follow the same rules.
Right, just to make sure that we're clear on what I'm saying, is as a governing body, we have to make decisions based on taxpayer dollars, what their burden is going to be. We do not have a comprehensive plan, so we have to make those decisions. So you can throw anything you want to up in my face, and I
Not
may
to your
throw something
face,
back
up
at you.
to the
All right, this is
council.
just putting it on disposition of directors. Go ahead.
Mike, if it's on our disposition of directives, it's going to be on our February council meeting. So we do not have a survey tool in place yet. We've talked about, some of us would like to see that, but that is not in place yet. What we do have in place is the portal, and for everything that's on there, anything, residents can give their feedback on that portal to us. We also will have the meeting prior to our council meeting where people can address us, or obviously they can contact us prior to that. So I feel like we have a feedback mechanism already in place, but not a survey per se, just to clarify that.
I agree, and I
Okay,
just hope
okay.
more people show up to our meeting before the next
I would
town
agree.
council than they
I would
showed up
agree.
at the last one.
I would agree.
I would agree too. Thank you, Ms. Batchelor, for
Okay.
bringing that up.
All right, so that's our disposition directive. Next up is our public comments on anything. If anyone would like to come up, please state your name, address. We basically got 3 minutes, but I want to be respectful to you, and let's try to get that in. If anyone would like to come up, you're more than welcome to.
Hello, my name is Jeff Harper, and our family owns a home at 26 40th Street. And first of all, I want to thank all you guys for going through all this and having to dig up some older things that have already been dealt with again and again and again and again. And this meeting was so professionally done. We just appreciate that. And everybody that spoke and has done so well. And I have a new respect for, sincerely, the kind of people that we have working for us. It's a great team. So let's keep going that direction. A couple of things I want to ask you about. Oh, on the survey, that's a great idea with the portal. And maybe you can put on the portal, hey, just a big screen and say, please send us feedback, you know, what you might want. And then that's a survey, right? And so, but it's a good idea, right? So anyway, so on the RFP, is that a public document, and is it something that we can look at, or is that something that's
It's
not
on
public?
our town website
it
under
is, and-
agendas,
okay.
and under there, it has it fully. Kimberly has it posted out there.
Okay. And
And I
sorry if
don't
you
know
already-
if you get the email notifications from the town. If you sign up for those, Jeff, it'll send you the link about any meetings, and you can click on it, and it'll
Okay.
take you right to our agenda with all of these documents.
Oh yeah, get loaded down real
For
quick.
your reading pleasure.
Get buried, right? So okay, thank you. And one other thing, I don't think we touched on it tonight on the 40th Street, because we've been there. Just FYI, my dad bought lots right there in the early 60s, so we've seen it all. The island was just a desert back then, and now it's really packed. So thank you for all the consideration on it, and to go back and make it less dense down there. And our biggest concern, I mean, we don't want to be selfish or be perceived as being arrogant or not want people on our property, but a lot of this has been mentioned, but a lot of trespassing has continued. There's risk of little people falling off of that wall. And we're eventually going to have to put a fence up, I guess. But I mean, there's oyster shells all below there. Somebody could get hurt really bad. So, you know, we're grandparents, my wife and I, and it would kill us to see somebody's grandchild either fall off on the wall and then have a big scene because there's too many people out there, or to get run over by a car who's doing a 16-point turn to try to get out of there, you know? And there's so many, it's such a traffic snarl now in the busy days. Something's going to happen at some point. So what y'all did tonight is thank you, and I appreciate it. If we can just lessen the pressure on that area, then hopefully come up with a permanent solution that'll be a happy medium would be great. And the only other thing I want to mention also is the hours that were changed at some point on these parking spaces, because we have 17 cars now literally right underneath our windows that park perpendicular, and people, unfortunately, that come to the beach a lot of times aren't very considerate of people who like to sleep late, slamming doors, noise before the sun even comes up. So if we could tackle that as part of this whole process of being relooked at, that would be nice. To have normal hours or daylight hours would be great down there. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank
Yes,
you
sir.
so much.
Thanks.
Anyone else on anything? Public comments open? Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Evening.
Boy, what a session, huh? I'm Mark Doyle, 202 West Main Street. I guess really what I've got is a question. Are all the designated parking spots for automobiles on West Main Street finished?
On West.
Except for
I would
40
say- I would say yes. They have been finished. The east end, the 4 through 6 catchment, are not finished. But obviously they have not been gone through. The engineers have looked at them, and once some corrections are made, then the NCDOT will be consulted to check off on them. And y'all correct me, Matt, Ken, but that's my for where you are, because I know exactly where you are.
So once again, we're pretty confident, or I can be pretty assured, that the designated automobile parking spots on West Main have all been determined.
The caveat would be, I would say, if the parking proposal for safety and liability, if that were to change anything, but the Main Street parking project on the west side have all been installed
Okay.
for cars, for sure. And, as far as I know, cars and golf carts, but.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
That was a trick question, Mark.
Good evening. I'm Denise Carlisle, 1006 West Main. I just want to say a big thank you to each of you for revisiting the safety issues around the parking situation on Main Street. I, for the first time in a long time since this bubbled to the surface, feel like we are actually being heard. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Safety is what matters. And not only safety for people on the street that are using the beach, but please, please also consider the pressure that is being put on the shoreline. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on anything? Nothing else? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?